She's eliminated in the beast tide. He tried to conceal it, but everyone could feel his hostility from his words when said beast tide. What? Xavier and Sarah were both shocked. According to Xavier, Helia was the mastermind behind the beast tide. So, how could she be eliminated in it? Did her plan fail or was it someone else? For the first time since the trial began, Xavier felt a sense of unease creeping in. Things seemed perfectly normal. In fact, everything was going well. But somehow, it seemed like everything was off. He convinced himself that Ashtar eliminated Helia and he was angry only because he found her mother despicable. Yes, that must be it. He conveniently ignored the fact that it was Ashtar who proposed the plan of eliminating Charles's. On the other hand, Sarah was taken aback that Beast Tide eliminated Helia. Wait, wasn't Beast Tide directed at us? But at Helia? Her thoughts spun and she glanced at William and Philia. William showed a surprised expression while Philia was watching the Xavier team members with a cold gaze. Thankfully, she didn't start attacking them right away. Shaking her head, Sarah studied Ashtar and Xavier's expression. I thought Xavier planned to eliminate our team, but it's Ashtar that knew of Helia's elimination. So, he was in the ice region when it happened? What's going on? Wait, did Xavier try to weaken all of us through the beast tide and Helia was eliminated? I guess that makes sense. Anyway, only a flag is missing. Ashtar said, glancing at Xavier. Xavier nodded and showed 2 flags. Even though she already heard of it, Sarah was still surprised. Charles, did you see him? Misa asked. Xavier shook his head and tapped on his comm. We followed his traces and even with all the injuries, he fought all the way to the core area and killed the flag's guardian. The hologram showed Charles's hand in the area. Sarah's and Ashtar's team fell silent. Marcus looked at them and growled. I'm bored of this crap. Say, we do all fight now or after getting the map? His words raised the tension and the teams instinctively raised their guard, ready to fight at any moment. Ashtar stepped forward and raised his hand. Wouldn't it be terrible if we all injure ourselves in the end and no one can get the flag? Let's have a showdown after we get all the 6 flags. Marcus snorted and turned his head. I agree. Sarah nodded and the 9 members walked to the entrance of the Laden burrow in teams. The entrance was 5 meters wide and once they were in, their senses spread out. They were watching out for the Canucks. And also the other teams. Sarah's team was distrustful of Xavier's. Xavier's were wary of Ashtar's. Ashtar's was angry at Sarah's. In a weird balance, the 3 teams slowed moved ahead in the tunnel that progressively widened. Eventually, it went from an underground tunnel to an underground chamber. Then they were greeted by their first alien guest. Mew, a 4-legged creature with a crystalline armor covered its own body. It was the size of a military tank and was painfully conspicuous. The moment they found it, Ashtar and Sarah took the lead to attack. But seeing the other party was about to attack, they both consciously held back and used less power. The moment they shot towards it, they felt a huge force trying to throw them off. It was a repulsion force. The reverse of gravity. At the same time, their bodies grew incredibly heavy. The gravity on their body increased by many times. Their bones creaked as their faces paled a little. They channeled their chi and stabilized themselves. Xavier, aren't you going to do anything? Philia suddenly asked, her voice growing chilly. Sarah and Ashtar both paused. They backed off and glared at Xavier. I forgot. I was anticipating a great fight, all right? Xavier chuckled and waved his hand. Moo! The Canucks suddenly shrieked as its eye turned blood red. Sarah and Ashtar felt the gravity on their body decreased. But there was still some gravity. Xavier is also holding back. Sarah realized, and shot towards the Canuck. Her fist blurred and she punched at the waist while Ashtar kicked its head. Boom! Gotcha! The crystalline body armor broke at the places of attack and the beast quickly died. Due to the mental interference from Xavier, it was much easier. Of course, they could have won anyway. After all, it was only a mid-level 6 Canuck. But this way, they were able to preserve their strength. After all, once injuries exceeded a certain point, combat power would plummet. All the teams were more or less injured and their strength dropped. Sarah's team, originally the weakest, accumulated light injuries by escaping from the beast tide. Ashtara's team had moderate injuries from the same. In Xavier's team, Xavier and Rhodey were almost fine, but Marcus faced the illusion of the Ether Garden's core area alone and took great damage. Otherwise, given his violent personality, he'd have also jumped out and conjured fire dragons against the Canuck. As time passed, the three teams started encountering more and more Canucks. Mid-level 6. High-level 6. It also meant they were going from the outer area of the burrow to the inner area. Soon, the path branched itself and they were presented with multiple routes. Which one now? Misa asked, she sounded a little tired. William rolled his eyes at her terrible acting. He glanced at everyone and realized all of them put on pale faces and shivered from time to time. I shouldn't stand out. He thought, and his face paled instantly and his breath ragged. He leaned on the wall and took deep breaths. If someone saw him, they'd think he was deeply exhausted and was of little threat. Ashtar glanced at William from the corner of his eyes and rubbed his chin. He opened his mouth as if he was about to say something but suddenly clutched his stomach and coughed out blood. Cough. Cough. After spouting a mouthful, he wiped his mouth and glanced at William as if saying, "See? I'm more injured than you. I was trying to hold back, but I can't suppress my internal injuries anymore." Ashtar said in a solemn tone, as if he revealed a grave secret. Everyone almost collapsed and coughed out blood. "Big brother, we didn't even fight peak level 6 and you're coughing out blood. Who are you trying to fool? Besides, did anyone tell you your acting skills are terrible? Would a seriously injured man smirk like you?" Ashtar saw all of them fell silent and smirked inwardly, or so he thought as everyone saw his wide smirk. "We'll check them all one by one. If we split up, then one team gets the flag and they'll be targeted by two. It's better to do it this way," Xavier proposed, avoiding Ashtara's gaze. And thus, they entered the core area. Boom! As they entered the core area, the first thing that greeted them was explosions. The core area, which was deep underground, looked like an endless desolate plain. Once the explosions began, it started to tremble. The shockwaves shot out in all directions, carrying incredible impact force enough to kill level 4s in an instant. Gravity collapse. Or gravity bomb. Something similar to space bomb. After reaching level 5, a space awakener could tighten and loosen the space almost simultaneously, breaking the space apart, causing a small explosion as space pulls back to its original position. The 20 peak level 6 Canucks were doing something similar as they used gravity and repulsion together, creating explosions. Kill. Ashtar kicked the ground and appeared in front of a Canuck. The creature raised its paw covered in crystal white alloy and was about to slap him away. The space around its paw froze for a split second before it was abruptly broken. Right then, Tiama's lightning bolt struck its body, numbing its nerves for another short moment. These two interruptions were very small, but for Ashtar, they were just right. He thrust his spear, and with all his strength concentrated on the tip, it quickly broke the protective layer and slayed the Canuck. Thud. Ha. Ha. Standing in front of the huge corpse, Ashtar caught his knees and panted. This time, he wasn't acting. He was really tired. Looking around, everyone was the same. Despite their genius, their enemies were also at the same level. If they slipped up, they could be eliminated. Given the fact that they were already more or less injured, these battles only exacerbated those injuries. Their strength was now barely in the peak level 6 and just above high level 6. Thankfully, the team cooperation they developed while they got the flags allowed them to exert higher strength. Moo. The gravity suddenly multiplied, almost pushing them down. A Canuck exerted its gravity on them again. Of course, they weren't fragile to its attacks. Their active resistance meant Canucks found it much more difficult to maintain the high gravity on them. Xavier stood in the distance, far away from the Canucks as he avoided the dangerous gravity to his fragile body. Of course, if he was individually targeted, he'd bring the Canuck into an illusion and stop it from attacking him. But he preferred saving his strength and took action from a safe distance. Just like now. His eyes landed on the Canuck that just exerted the heavy gravity. You. The next moment, the Canuck writhed on the ground as it moaned in pain. Rhodey appeared above the beast and slashed off its head. Saving up his mental power really paid off. Now, Xavier was helping his own team members and also other teams to stun the beasts shortly. They'd make a quick work of it and end the poor thing's life. Marcus stood beside Xavier, covering him with a fire shield. He also created fire projectiles from time to time and targeted the Canucks. Willem used his telekinetic powers and restricted the Canucks' movements while Philia used her ice powers to slow it down. Sarah took the opportunity created by them and killed the creature. It was the same for Ashtar. Ashtar acted as the main offense, Misa restricted the creature and Tiama slowed it down. From time to time, a Canuck would fall. But their exhaustion started to build up. Some of their old wounds opened up and increased their difficulty yet again. All said and done, they were the best geniuses of the Federation after all. They ended the last Canuck. There was an utter silence as they all glanced at the small platform in the distance. The final flag was placed on it. Xavier quietly sighed. Everyone stiffened. Marcus and Rhodey appeared beside him and glanced at the other two teams with hostility. The three teams stared at each other in silence as they waited for the first mover. No one tried to pick the flag. No one made the first move. Are we going to wait all day? William and Misa said again, almost causing everyone to instinctively attack them. William, are you going to die if you don't speak? Sarah's icy gaze fell on her senior as she considered strangling him. For the sake of his survival, William didn't do anything. Xavier looked at Misa and chuckled. He slowly turned to Ashtar and said, "How about we get rid of Sarah's team first? Honestly, they're from the same planet as Charles. Plus, their strength doesn't deserve winning." Ashtar clenched his fists and looked at Sarah's trio. Xavier persuaded him further, contempt clear in his tone. "I have no objection if the winner is one from either of our teams, but Sarah's team. Honestly, if we fight together, and injure ourselves, she will benefit the most and can even win." Sarah's eyes narrowed as she looked at Xavier. His utter contempt for her enraged her. "Xavier, I might be weaker than you now, but dare you say you can fight me in a year, no 6 months?" Everyone, including her own teammates, shuddered at Sarah's words. There was something scary about her words. They all regarded Charles as the monster. But they forgot the real monster who can stand on their level being a full year younger than them. Sarah. In 6 months, Xavier surely won't reach level 7 or anything. But Sarah? As a dual awakener with insane progress rate, her strength would increase qualitatively. Considering her explosive growth last year, and her dual divine paths, she could likely reach the strength Charles exhibited at present, or even surpass him. Xavier's heart raced for a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. He laughed it off. "If there's a trial after 6 months, I might think about it. But Sarah, I'm a man who lives in the present. Ashtar, I'm waiting for your reply." Sarah took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Xavier was the guy who even used beast tides against them. So this much was expected. She turned to Ashtar and said, "Our team strengths are roughly equal, but individually, Xavier is the least injured and exhausted. He's also the strongest person here. I promise to go all out and fight him. Once we get rid of him, we can have a fight." In the end, she added. You're stronger than me, but if you two teams go against me. Her voice turned cold. I'll make sure my last hit will be enough to erase any chances of your victory. If you're at your peak, it's hard. But look at your injuries, I'm not lying. Ashtar looked at his own injuries and the injuries of Tiama and Misa. They didn't speak and waited for his decision. Ashtar recalled the beast tide and took a deep breath. All right. Xavier was dumbfounded as Sarah's and Ashtar's team turned against him. Even though their team strengths were equal, he was undoubtedly the least injured and hence, the strongest. If they followed his plan and faced off Sarah together, then firstly, William and Philia would be eliminated. At the same time as them, Sarah would also be eliminated. Once that happens, he'd immediately attack Misa and let Rhodey eliminate her. Then there'd only be Ashtar and Tiama versus Rhodey and him. He had been saving up his strength for this final fight. Given the state of Ashtar and Tiama's injuries, he was confident to help Rhodey beat Tiama and he himself could beat Ashtar. Finally, it'd only be Rhodey and him. But that only meant he'd win. A perfect plan. The best map to his victory. Alas. Are you sure you want to do this? Xavier's cold voice rang in Ashtar's head. I might not lose against you two, and even if I do, you can kiss any chances of your victory goodbye. Ashtar's eyes narrowed just for a moment before he assumed his expressionless face. Ashtar team and Sarah team stood against Xavier's as they glared at each other. No one spoke a word as they prepared for their best moves. Then all of a sudden, the air was torn apart as the figures blurred. Misa stood in the back as she froze the space around the fast-moving figure in the field. Rhodey Nile. Working together with her, Tiama conjured lightning arrows and rained them on the body awakener. Despite breaking the space locks in just a split second, Rhodey found it difficult to maneuver the field. Given the fact that Misa was as strong as him, if not for more, he grew increasingly desperate. But again? He noticed a subtle fact. As he moved at his fastest and tried to find an opening to attack them, the duo's focus wasn't completely on him. Rhodey looked at William, Philia and realized something. His eyes flashed and he kept dodging the lightning arrows, but sometimes, he was abruptly frozen on the spot and pierced by the arrows. On the other hand, William and Philia faced a far easier target. William stood in the rear and used his telekinetic powers to restrain Marcus Karen in the spot. The hot-tempered youth wasn't pleased. Despite suffering a severe mental attack from the illusion, Marcus Karen didn't flinch. To put it nicely, he was the guy who never gives up. To put it harshly, he's a moron who won't stop until he's knocked out. Thus, he didn't even consider the situation of his elimination. He wanted to win against the two opponents. Flames swirled around his arms and he channeled the fire mana in his body. The flow wasn't as smooth as before nor was it as concentrated. He still felt like he was smashed in the head. But somehow, he had to concentrate. Thus, the result was a strong, but wobbly fire dragon that pounced at Philia. Philia didn't show any hint of nervousness. Her cold and expressionless face was a curse to her social life, but a blessing to her army life. She raised her arms and conjured an ice dragon. It was significantly smaller than the fire dragon, but was more concentrated. Roar! The two dragons clashed in the air as they tried to ascertain their supremacy over the other. Roar! The fire dragon entangled the ice dragon as it tried to vaporize the ice creature. Roa! The ice dragon tried to fight back, but the gap in their strength was significant. William, what are you doing? Philia glanced at him and he understood her intentions. Coughing lightly, William decided to not tell her that he was watching her fight. His mental power spread outwards and locked onto Marcus. Do you think I'm stupid to attack the fire dragon? Nah. I'll just attack you. You're already weakened, how can you face a two-front attack? Ha ha ha. With a smirk, William's mental power condensed into a huge sledgehammer and struck Marcus. As the sledgehammer neared him, wind roared and blasted into shockwaves. Marcus' body stiffened for a moment and he hurriedly set up a fire shield. But it was far from his peak strength. Even though everyone here was injured and weakened, he lost the most strength. Thus, when the hammer struck his fire shield, cracks instantly appeared on it and Marcus felt his fire mana roil. Gotcha! The cracks spread like cobwebs and Marcus was forced to concede a significant part of his concentration to repair and maintain the fire shield. Hee hee. William grinned and continued striking the fire shield. On the other side, Philia's frown eased as the offense of the fire dragon slowed down. She looked at William's goofy smile and shook her head, turning her attention back to the ice dragon. Marcus' eyes went bloodshot as he tried to match their offenses. Humph. Philia had a breakthrough soon. The ice dragon roared and froze off the fire dragon, destroying the creature. Marcus forced back a sweet lump in his throat. But his eyes were already spinning. Roar. Gotcha. The sledgehammer kept hitting his fire shields, and the ice dragon descended down on him. Marcus' mind blanked out for a moment and he realized it was all over. What I did do wrong? Though as the ice dragon also attacked his fire shield, and together with the sledgehammer, broke it little by little. Marcus' body was trying his best to maintain the shield while his mind raced. I was reckless. What cost me really was the injury from the core area. His lips curled into a wry smile as he turned to Xavier who was confronting Sarah and Ashtar in the distance. Unlike him, Xavier was in a far better position and even held his own against the two. Marcus compared his actions with Xavier's along the way. They were the opposites of each other. No. Perhaps the real reason was. I thought I could solve everything with my strength. But I forgot, everyone here is my equals in strength. If this was a fight against abyssals, I'd have been long dead. Maybe I can still change. Gotcha. The fire shield broke apart and the ice dragon reached him in the blink of an eye. Marcus closed his eyes and a silver light flashed from him. He was eliminated. One of the top 5 geniuses. The first one to go. Cold-blooded? Because of a guy I barely know? Besides, what's the naive talk about teams? Strength is the only thing I need. Xavier's voice sounded inside his mind. At the same time, Ashtar felt a burning pain. It was like his head was placed in a burner and ice at the same time. The pain was so great that his body spasmed from time to time. At the same time, the intrusive mental power in his mind tried to control his body. It almost controlled his leg as he tried to jump. Arg! Ashtar raised his strength and broke the control of the mental power on his leg. You are a team. Even during the moment he was eliminated, you still were. Ashtar yelled. Growing up in military, he couldn't accept treating his teammates that way. You aren't fit to win this. He said and focused on his hearing to find Xavier. His ears bled as he heard a buzzing sound in his mind. His senses were constantly interrupted and interfered by the mental power. The only way to find Xavier was to use his senses, but the only way to use his senses properly was to find Xavier. It becomes a chicken-egg problem. Ashtar didn't panic, however. This level of interference means Xavier was also spending mental power heavily. I need to endure. Endure. He not only had to endure the attacks by Xavier, but also the fact that he was working with Sarah, the same person who tried to drown them in a beast tide. Sarah? He raised his voice and asked. I didn't find him. Sarah's voice came from the distance. She was using her senses at the moment to determine his location. It was even more impossible for her. Her overall strength was in the same league as theirs, but the strength of each of her paths individually was a class below. Unlike strength, stacking senses wasn't possible. Thus, she was pretty much only using large area attacks in attempts to strike Xavier. But this area was too big. Given Xavier's huge mental range, she had no idea where he was right now. Can you ask Misa to check? Sarah asked Ashtar as he created a huge ice spear in the air and crashed into the ground in the distance. They really need another helper to find Xavier. Even though he might not be able to hide for that long, the more they delayed, the greater the possibility of an accident. With her space talent, Misa was the best option. "Misa, are you free?" Ashtar yelled, resisting the intrusion in his mind. Huff. Huff. No. Misa yelled back, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She looked at Rhodey with wide eyes and exclaimed. "Why the fuck are you still standing?" Rhodey's tall body stood straight as blood dripped from every corner of his body. There were burns on his skin from lightning, chunks of flesh missing that were destroyed the space blasts. Some places even showed traces of whiteness. Despite not being fatal, such injuries were enough to make any of his peers collapse. But, why can't I stand? It hurts like hell though. Rhodey rubbed his chin with bloodied hands and said. Misa's lips twitched. She forgot that usually these geniuses were eccentric. Because he didn't speak much, she underestimated him. Yet, he proved himself to be a monster. If she had to evaluate, his strength was slightly below Ashtar. This guy was hiding his strength all along. What the fuck? You're hard to catch, but not the other guy. Rhodey said, and his body blurred, shrinking the distance between him and Tiama to nothing. He punched out, sending ripples through the air, and his fist reached the Tiama's lightning shield. At the same time, the space around him quickly solidified. But Rhodey broke it quickly and punched through the lightning shield. Cack! His skin was burnt away and a numbing sensation that threatened to paralyze his body spread from his hand. Rhodey's fist slowed down but didn't stop. Click! It connected with Tiama's chest and sent him flying. Garg! He coughed out blood and crashed on the ground. Fuck you. Rhodey's entire forearm was burnt. His brows lightly knit, but he didn't even groan. Whether he liked it or not, his right arm was crippled for the battle. His figure blurred and he shot towards Tiama. Humph. The space suddenly fluctuated and without a second thought, Rhodey somersaulted back. Boom. Gotcha. The space broke like a mirror and everything in the distance was devoured. You're not touching him. Misa appeared right behind him and punched out, her fist was covered in space power. Rhodey shifted in the nick to time to shift the punch from his neck to his back. Gah! He spit out blood and landed on the ground with shaky feet. There was a depression on his back. Misa really didn't hold back. Tiama, get the fuck up already. She yelled and rushed forward. Rhodey's eyes narrowed and he clenched his left fist. To get to this level, he trained since childhood. He wasn't proud of his talent or hours put into practice. But in his ability to bear pain and work despite it. He won pain. His figure blurred and clashed with Misa's in midair. In the distance, Tiama, lying on a puddle of blood, heard Misa's words and almost wanted to beat her up. Cough. Cough. He tried to get up but the blow was too severe. He never accepted Rhodey would sacrifice his arm for that punch. Even though he cancelled off most of the momentum, for a lightning awakener, it was a deadly punch. Tiama tried to get up, but to no avail. As he closed his eyes in shame and despair, a voice suddenly sounded. Hey. Tiama opened his eyes and saw William's bright smile. Did he come here to help? What a nice and kind young man. Tiama smiled. Thank why, you shouldn't sleep in the middle of a battle. William shook his head and walked off. Wait, what? Tiama opened his mouth in shock. Can't you see the blood? I'm injured. You are pretty energetic for an injured person. William said and shrugged. He waved to Sarah in the distance and said. Sarah, I'll help with Xavier. His mental sense spread out and searched for the telepath. As a mind awakener, he had the best chance to find Xavier. But. Arg. Cough. William clutched his head and coughed out blood. He's 5 miles away, 36 degrees anti-clock to me now. He's moving, I lost him. William's voice went from urgency to surprise to dejection. Boom. Boom. Sarah summoned huge ice dragons above the location and was about to smash them down. At that moment, her face suddenly paled and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of her lips. She felt a searing pain in her head. The pain was just too much to bear. It was like her head was pierced with needles from all sides. And not just the physical pain, but also the emotional one. The sad memories of her childhood. The death of her brother. The death of her mother. Her father avoiding her. Sia's disappearance. Sarah, get a hold of yourself. Philia's voice snapped her out of her trance and Sarah looked up. The ice dragons she condensed were gone. And probably, Xavier also escaped. Tiama? Misa, huh? Misa? Ashtara's exclamation caused her to turn around. Sarah's eyes widened. 3 silver lights flashed. Each divine path has its edges and weaknesses. Telepath Path's weakness was a weak body. After reaching level 4, the body's basic attributes improve, but even then it's far from strong. That's why Xavier hid himself at a far-off distance. The edge? Unlike other paths, telepath's attacks were invisible. Until the last moment, the target wouldn't know they were being attacked. Of course, as awakeners they possess extraordinary senses. This allows them to instinctively feel the danger and respond. But if a telepath was skilled enough, then he would be able to even avoid even that danger premonition and directly attack the target. Xavier just happened to be skilled enough to attack Misa without alerting her. When his attack struck, Misa was about to dodge Rhodey's attack by teleporting. His mental attack shook her space power and cancelled her teleportation. Misa's mind crumbled for a moment and by the time she pulled herself together, Rhodey's fist was already in front of her throat. In that split second, she knew that even if she tried to defend herself, that fist would break her space armor and reach her throat. She'd be eliminated. Thus, she made a decision. All of this happened in a split second. Blood leaked from the corner of her eyes as Misa pushed back the intruding mental force and at the same time channeled her space power. The space around her fluctuated wildly. If Rhodey backed off now, then it'd be fine. But... Ka. His fist connected with her throat and a silver light shone from Misa. Die. She released the space power with herself as the center. Immediately, her face paled and she coughed out blood before fainting. Boom. There was no sound, no explosion. The space around her broke apart like a cracked mirror and devoured the other person in the middle. The injured Rhodey. He was right in the middle. The space twisted around him and he felt like his body was crushed from all directions. It was like squeezing a wet cloth. Except this time, the wet cloth was him and his blood and flesh were squeezed out. Rhodey's eyes fluctuated as he tried to move out, but his already injured body didn't let him. As a result, deep cuts appeared on every part of his body. Even pieces of flesh were cut off as the space started to stabilize. When the space was about to slash his neck, a silver light flashed from Rhodey. What a vengeful girl. Rhodey muttered. His sorrowful voice echoed in the plain fields as his body vanished. In the distance, Tiama's eyes widened as he staggered up. It's Xavier. Zav dash, he paused midway and his eyes turned white. A huge mental force slashed his mind. His body spasmed as he tried to fight back. Blood dripped from Tiama's eyes, nose, and ears before a silver light flashed. Tiama? Misa, huh? Misa? Ashtara's voice echoed as the 3 members were silently eliminated by Xavier. Ashtar couldn't believe it. His teammates were eliminated just like that. His mind shook as he realized the only 5 members on the field. Xavier. Him. Sarah. William. Philia. Now, he and Sarah were fighting against Xavier. With the addition of William and Philia, Xavier was destined to lose. William and Philia, they could have saved Mysa and Tiama, they didn't. He realized his agreement was just that. Defeat Xavier together. But now... Ashtar, are you an idiot? I was telling you from the start. Don't trust her. Now even if you eliminate me, you're still gonna lose. Xavier's voice sounded in his mind. At the same time, William approached them and said. Xavier's defenses are weaker than before, I guess he's also exhausted. Just a second, I can find him. Sarah and Philia nodded. They looked at the location where the three members were eliminated with a complex emotion. In fact, William didn't join the battle as he thought Mysa could handle it. Of course, he also wanted to preserve his energy. But if she asked him, he wouldn't refuse. After all, unlike Tiama, someone was attacking her. But it happened all of a sudden, and by the time he was able to react, he could barely slow down Rhodey's fist. It was because of him that Mysa got the chance to execute her space attack. Or her attack would have never come to fruition. Philia on the other hand saw Tiama and wanted to save him, but it was already too late. To protect themselves, Xavier must be eliminated. Then. Yes, I am indeed exhausted. I can't win against the four of you. But what about you, Ashtar? Didn't we all eliminate Charles just for the sake of having a winning chance? Xavier's voice continued to ring in Ashtar's head. Ashtar's eyes fluctuated, but his expression didn't change. You think you can't betray them because they're your teammates? No. Your teammates are eliminated. Besides, camaraderie is a two-way street. William had the power to save Mysa, he didn't. Philia was just watching Tiama's elimination. They aren't even your teammates. You're just cooperating. The winner should either be you or me. Here. William suddenly said and pointed to a location 2 miles away behind him. Xavier's moving fast. Let's get him. William roared and condensed arrows from mental power. He was about to wave his hand and rain them down to cover the whole area. Even though the attack of each arrow was low, it was sufficient when facing a telepath. But his hand froze and his nose began to bleed. His body spasmed as his teeth chattered. William. Philia bit her lip and was about to approach him. He waved his hand and said, Attack. Philia's eyes flashed and a blue hue covered her body. Putting in all her strength, her body shot forward at breakneck speed. Boom. Boom. Despite the heavy gravity, she continued to speed up. And when she approached the area, a heavy mental power struck her. Her eyes threatened to close, but she gritted her teeth and persisted. Right beside her were Sarah and Ashtar. The three of their faces were pale. They were all being attacked by Xavier. You're out. Sarah snapped her fingers and icicles appeared in the air, before shooting down to the ground. Gah! The icicles suddenly slowed down as Sarah clutched her head, but still kept sprinting. The icicles fell, albeit with far less momentum. Ting! Ting! There he is. Ashtar looked at the location and saw the icicle piercing Xavier's shoulder. Philia, however, looked at Sarah's pale face. You're out, Zav, huh? Sarah conjured a spear and was about to shoot it when she suddenly gasped. Ashtar suddenly struck at her with his spear. It was too fast, and as she was focused on Xavier, thus she had no time to react. Right when the spear was about to pierce her chest, a silver light flashed in front of her. You. Sarah opened her mouth but couldn't say anything as Philia's body glowed in a silver light. You must win. Philia smiled and vanished. Clang. Sarah parried the spear with her sword and they both took a step back. Even though Sarah's peak was significantly less than Ashtar's, the difference in their injuries brought them to the same level. In fact, everyone on the field was barely able to exert the strength of mid-level 6. Their injuries caught up to them. Beast Tide? Me? It's Xavier's plan, damn it. Sarah jumped into the air and ice blue wings appeared on her back. With a snap, thick ice spears shining a dangerous white-blue shot at Ashtar. Ashtar kicked the ground and skillfully evaded most of them. The ones he couldn't, he struck them down with his spear. Xavier? Do you think he has the leisure to set up the bombs on a mountain peak? Their team also went to the vine forest. They had no time. Don't bullshit me, Sarah. Accept your own actions. Ashtar's body blurred and he appeared in front of Sarah in the next moment and swung his spear. It vibrated violently and clashed with the ice sword. Gotcha. The ice sword broke and Sarah took a step back. Ashtar wasn't in a better condition. His right arm shook severely and almost went numb. Then you think we have the time to go to the Thunder regions? How can we predict your time of arrival? Sarah yelled as she struck him with new ice swords, one after another. And most of all, how the fuck do you think I'll know that your team will come to Ice Region? Sarah asked the most important question, causing Ashtar's brows to knit, if only for a split second. It doesn't matter, he said and kicked at her temple. You're a fool. Xavier is the only one benefiting from our fight, she said and dodged the attack before covering her fist in a blue hue and punching him at the throat. Ashtar and Sarah continued to fight. Boom. Boom. Fists clashed with fists. Swords danced with spears. Blood flew and ice shook. Their injuries rose with time and before they knew it, they were both covered in the red liquid. Fortunately, they were both body awakeners and could keep going. But the atmosphere of their fight went from rage to gloomy. Even though none of them said it explicitly, they both understood something. Xavier couldn't cause the beast tide. Because they just had no time. Sarah couldn't either. Because she couldn't predict when Ashtar's team was going to enter the ice region. In fact, she probably never thought they'd enter the region. Why did I enter there? Yes. Ari called me and said she saw Helia's traces outside the islands. Then we also saw a messenger sending a message, hell, and deduced that it was about Helia. Ashtar's thoughts spun as his body blurred and blood spilled. He didn't stop fighting while he thought. His opponent didn't allow him to. But, as a peak level 6, even if she's injured, how can she leave behind traces? I wanted to ask Ari, but she already went to Vine Forest and was quickly eliminated. Wait. Ashtar's eyes widened and as a result, he could barely block Sarha's sword, causing a long cut to appear on his arm which quickly spurted blood. The hot liquid snapped Ashtar out of his thoughts, but he was already sure of his conclusion. Ari informing that she found the traces, then going to Vine Forest and being quickly eliminated. They asked other messengers to check for traces, they found none. But Ashtar trusted his sister's judgment and after confirming that a messenger in Ice Region was knocked out shortly after Helia's departure, he concluded that Helia did indeed leave. It was definitely someone's doing. They used Ari's calm eliminated her. They even knocked out the messenger in Ice Region. Not only that, this person also knew that Helia's team was going to the Ice Region. What the actual fuck? It wasn't Xavier, it wasn't Charles, it wasn't Sarah, it wasn't Helia, it obviously wasn't him. Then who the hell was it? Before he knew it, Ashtar's back was drenched in sweat. Ting. T-ang. Sarah's sword once again broke through his defense and this time, it pierced his shoulder, freezing his blood around the region upon contact. Kook. Ashtar quickly pulled back and channeled his chi, trying to dispel the coldness. But he was in the middle of a battle, his mind was in the middle of a shocking secret and he was in the middle of failing to block another attack. Tiang. Splurt. Sarah's sword nearly severed his arm. Ashtar's mindset wasn't allowing him to make optimal choices. Sarah saw that his state of mind wasn't right, but she didn't bother to ask why. His performance only benefited her. On the other hand, Ashtar's eyes finally sharpened and focused on the battle. Whoever this person was, they were going to be miserable. All the high-level SXS promised them personally not to interfere in the competition. If we do, you guys will eliminate us quickly. We won't win treasures and lose this golden opportunity for nothing. We just want treasures. We'll not interfere. They said. If someone stayed behind and tried to win, then they would face the personal wrath of the top geniuses of the Federation. No one could save them. But could they actually win? Impossible. Sarah, things aren't what you think. There is someone else manipulati, Ashtar tried to explain, but he was interrupted by an ice spear. Ting. He parried it off and said. Just listen. There's someone else other than us. Ting. Ti-ong. The injured Ashtar couldn't dodge her next attack and a large cut appeared on his chest. I'm not interested. Sarah said curtly and raised her sword. Coo. Suddenly, a scream from the distance caused both Sarah and Ashtar's to turn around. Until now, Sarah's focus was on Ashtar as she didn't dare to slip up. She was angry at his backstabbing and wanted revenge more than anything else. Xavier? He was exhausted by what he had done so far and she left him to William. Given Xavier's current state, they were almost equal. But why did William suddenly scream? As she looked at the source of the scream, she only saw a silver light before William vanished. Xavier still has this much strength? She was shocked and looked at the telepath in seriousness. Ashtar didn't try to attack and he too glanced at Xavier in surprise. Then both of them saw that Xavier's face was abnormally pale. It must be due to his mental power exhaustion, they thought. Then they also saw his lips quiver and his wide eyes like he saw a ghost. What the hell? They both thought in the next moment. Xavier's teeth chattered as he gazed into the distance and muttered, almost incoherently. Release. Despite his grin, Charles' body was in a terrible condition. His left hand was cut from the wrist. There were irregular cavities all over his tattered clothes. Even though the cavities weren't bleeding, the trio could tell those injuries were actually bitten off flesh by sharp teeth. Coo. Coo. Charles slowly limped forward as he cackled. Kakik. He covered his mouth and threw his head back as his shoulders trembled. Despite his attempts, he couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha. His lips distorted into a savage smile and his eyes emitted a fierce glint. Ashtar wanted to attack Charles but held back because of Sarah. Sarah was the same. On the other hand, Xavier silently slipped away with no intention of attacking Charles. Somehow, his intuition was screaming at him. Xavier trusted his brain more than his body and he decided to watch out what Charles had in store. Charles sensed Xavier's presence diminishing before it disappeared altogether, but he didn't mind. He looked at Ashtar and was about to clap. But realizing that he didn't have his left hand, he paused and instead just clenched and released his right hand at quick speed. Boom! 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 The wind was compressed under his palms and was blown away when he released. This is my applause to you, Ashtar. You taught me a very valuable lesson, today. Charles said with a serene smile. If someone else saw his face, they'd think he held no grudges at all and didn't laugh like a madman a few seconds ago. Ashtar frowned at Charles's words, but asked something else. Are you perhaps the one who orchestrated the beast tide? Sarah's gaze also condensed as she looked at Charles with a serious expression. Since it had come to this, the three of them would need to fight Charles anyway. But what if the person who orchestrated the beast tide wasn't Charles? Huh? What tide? Charles raised a brow in surprise and then shrugged. I asked all my messengers to leave, how could I know? He doesn't seem to be lying. Xavier's voice sounded in their minds, deepening Ashtar's and Sarah's frowns. You two don't look too worried. Charles's smile slowly receded. Except Xavier, these two were just frowning and seemed to be thinking of something. Charles stretched his body and said. Did you think I was too injured and you three can easily defeat me? As he said those words, his aura erupted and like fierce waves, hit them. Ashtar's eyes turned cold when he sensed the power in the aura. It was nowhere close to Charles's peak or even their peak. But it was significantly powerful than their current power. In other words, I'm badly injured, but I can still beat you all. A bright light flashed and Charles transformed into a huge white werewolf. He still had those horrible injuries on his body, but even then, he was stronger than any of them. Charles's scarlet eyes glowed with rage as he spat. Show your greatness. Geniuses, boom. His body disappeared and the next moment, his large fist loomed over Ashtar. Ashtar raised his arms in defense and right before the large white fist struck him, an ice wall appeared in the middle. Ka! Ka! The ice shattered in an instant, but managed to take off some momentum from the fist before it connected with Ashtar's arms. Boom! Ashtar felt like he was hit by a truck and the next thing he knew, he was already in midair. His bones creaked and if not for Sarah's last-minute intervention, he might have broken a bone or two. Xavier, cooperate. If we can't fight together, everyone will lose. Sarah yelled and raised her hand, creating an ice phoenix. Screech. The elemental bird rivaled Charles in size and immediately shot at him with full speed. I know. Xavier's voice sounded in her mind. Sarah, I think the heavens will did the right thing by making you a dual awakener. After all, a sovereign like you will be horrid. Shut up. Sarah yelled and clenched her fist. The ice phoenix sped and was about to pierce Charles's neck. Humph. Charles raised his hand to slap the creature. Right then, a mental force struck him and he immediately felt the familiar pain. His brain seemed to pierced by sharp, ice needles and he felt dizzy, almost forcing him to stop. At the same time, the mental force tried to control his arm that was about to slap the ice phoenix. Pathetic. Charles muttered and his hand slapped at the creature with a lowered, but still tremendous speed. Boom. Cack. The ice phoenix broke the moment Charles's palm touched it, but before it did, it let out a screech and pecked his palm with all its strength. Guh. Blood gushed out of the new injury, and formed a pool of the warm liquid. Charles sneered, and was about to attack Sarah, but suddenly, he raised his arm. Boom! Ashtar's body reached Charles's head like a bullet and he kicked down at Charles's throat. Having sensed him already, Charles raised his arm in defense. Boom! Like an asteroid crashing, Ashtar's whole momentum was transferred to his feet and shook Charles's arm. Caw! Caw! Crackling sounds reverberated across the field as blood spewed out of Charles's arm. Sarah and Xavier realized it clearly that the difference between them and Charles wasn't unsurmountable. With hope came pursuit and right when Charles was about to slap off Ashtar, Xavier and Sarah attacked the giant demi-human at the same time. Not this time. Charles said through gritted teeth and persisted the mental attack and bore the ice spears as he slapped away Ashtar. Boom! Ashtar crashed to the ground and spewed out blood like a fountain. He didn't even know how many bones he broke now. But his strength was quickly falling. Arg! Ashtar staggered onto his feet as his chest heaved up and down. By then, Sarah and Xavier were already in a brutal fight with Charles. He raised his bloodied arm in defense and punched at the creature, all the while defending himself against the horrendous mental interference. He was trying to sense Xavier, but with Sarah relentlessly attacking him. Thankfully, his transformation beast, Fenrir, possessed keen sense. So, while finding telepaths was very hard for others, all he needed was time. So, he responded to Xavier, in a bid to distract him. I thought I was eliminated too, but haven't you heard of the so-called treasures? Charles said and felt the mental power in his mind shake. Taking advantage of it, he appeared in front of Sarah and punched down at her. His fist broke her defensive ice walls and connected with her body. Sarah's eyes flashed blue in the last moment and she threw a spear at him before his fist punched her. Boom! Sarah collapsed to the ground as she weakly coughed out blood, her face paling further with each second. She looked up and saw her spear had pierced Charles's arm, freezing his blood and increasing his injuries. Arg! Charles channeled his prana and forcibly dispelled the ice mana in his body. On the other hand, Xavier continued attacking Charles from the distance. He was rapidly thinking about Charles's words. Treasures, ah. The areas they went to had flags, but they were originally places for the best treasures. For instance, Twisted Islands was supposed to have a special treasure that could improve one's space path greatly. It was very useful even for a level 6. Of course, they all knew about this, but there was just one problem. All of these treasures were hidden. Finding them was almost impossible. In fact, after getting the flag, all the teams did look out for treasures, but they couldn't find any. Some had special restrictions, some were stored in special places and others needed some sort of achievement. It was like the special quests of a game. But they didn't know the trigger actions. Regardless, Xavier finally understood why Charles wasn't eliminated and why his injuries were partially recovered. None of us found treasure, but only he did. Is Charles really better than me? Xavier couldn't help but doubt himself. Charles felt the mental power in his mind fluctuate and smirked inwardly. It was pure luck that he found the treasure. After he attacked the messengers, he almost lost his mind. He believed all the teams would come for him. Even if one did, he'd be doomed. So he recklessly charged towards the flag. Perhaps there is some healing treasures that can bring me back to my peak. That was his initial train of thought. He did get some healing fruits, but they were far from sufficient. In fact, the deeper he went, the worse his injuries turned out. By the time he reached the dome holding the flag, he realized he had no way out. Even if he went back, he'd still be eliminated in the hands of the team. There was only one way. If I'll be eliminated no matter what, then I'd rather be eliminated by this beast than those teams. He thought and fought the half-dragon guarding the flag. He gave it his all and killed the creature. But by that time, he collapsed under the beast's corpse and was on the verge of death and by default, elimination. When he closes his eyes in resignation, he felt a vibrant aura from the distance and saw a staircase opening into the underground. Treasure. He understood and crawled out from the beast's corpse. When he was about to enter the stairs, he realized something and gritted his teeth. Clang. He sent a message to his messengers. Move out of the regions with flag, then he severed his hand with the calm without hesitation. He crawled into the staircase after taking one last look at the flag he left behind. The staircase vanished and he found a healing fruit treasure. It was much better than everything he found. He went from on the verge of death to the strength he had shown against the trio. On the other hand, Xavier's team arrived and saw the 3 clues he left behind. His severed arm under the corpse, the untouched flag and the final message indicating his abandon of the trial. Charles recuperated after they left. Boom. Boom. Charles punched down at both Sarah and Ashtar as veins popped on his head. They both returned their fists and the 3 of them wobbled backward. Suddenly, Charles raised his leg and kicked the ground in a certain direction. Gotcha! A huge crack appeared in the ground and continued into the distance. Cough! Cough! Xavier appeared just beside the crack in the distance as he bent down and coughed out blood. His face was ghostly pale and he looked at Charles's in fear and despair. Just one attack, but with my body, I'm already on the verge. Xavier forcibly controlled his mental power and was about to cast an illusion to hide himself again, but Charles didn't give him that chance. He raised his bloodied leg again and kicked the ground once again. Even if Xavier ran, he wouldn't be able to escape the destruction. Stop! Ashtar and Sarah both yelled as they attacked him with all they got. If Xavier was gone, then things would turn for the worse. I'm not going to make the same mistake again, Charles said, and despite the attacks from the 2, he kicked the ground. Boom! The cracks widened and the whole field shook. A silver light flashed in the distance announcing the elimination of Xavier Bell. At the same time, Ashtar's and Sarah's attacks landed on Charles, blowing him into the distance. As he spewed out blood in midair, Charles flipped and landed on his feet. Cough. Cough. Pretty heavy-handed there. His brows knit as he felt the two heavy injuries. Ashtar's punch nearly sunk his chest and broke a couple of his ribs. Sarah's ice spear, augmented by her physical power, tore open a gap right beside his heart. These guys both went for his heart, and if he didn't twist his body in the last moment, he might have been eliminated. But ultimately, he wasn't. Ahahaha. Xavier is out. Charles laughed, not caring about blood spilling out of his chest. Let's decide with this one strike, he said, and gathering all his strength, shot towards the two. Their auras exploded as they gathered everything they had. The three met in the middle and their fists connected in midair. The air was still for a moment before shockwaves shot out in all directions. The ground caved in under the pressure, forming a huge crater. Slowly, the dust settled, revealing three bodies lying on the ground. Huff. Huff. Charles slowly stood up and coughed. Looking at the two geniuses that tried to get up and fail, his scarlet eyes shone. His body slowly transformed back and he muttered with a weak smile. I won. Sarah was on the verge of losing consciousness, while Ashtar lost all strength to move. Charles staggered to them, almost falling several times, but he finally got their flags that were scattered around them. Of course, since they were special items, they couldn't be stored in storage rings. Ashtar had 2 flags, Xavier had 2 flags and Sarah had 1. So, Charles immediately got 3 flags. He stroked them and sighed deeply. Finally. His legs transformed. Whoosh. He quickly found the 2 flags from Xavier and also picked the 6th from the platform. Ha 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 ha. Charles's laughter echoed across the Laden Burrows. Eliminate me. Ashtar muttered with closed eyes. Sarah opened her mouth but couldn't speak. But she too meant the same thing. Eliminate you? Hell no. Suffer. There's still some time before the trial ends. Charles's lips curled up as he smirked. You all ganged up on me, but you still couldn't win. Pfft, pathetic. Is there anything more shameful than this? The whole world will laugh at you. Your people will be ashamed of you. Every young genius who used to look up to you will now think you're a fake. Savor that realization before the trial ends. Each of his words struck Sarah and Ashtar like an arrow. Sarah could already imagine her father's disappointed face, and she could already imagine the words she feared he would say. When your brother was still alive, I was happy. And you, what did you do, Sarah? You will never be equal to your brother. He could have been a sovereign. You will never be one. It's your fate. Why are you alive? Why not him? I wish I never had a daughter like you. Your mother and brother would also wish the same. Sarah's eyes turned red. Her entire body was falling apart, and the pain was horrific. But she still bore it without screaming. But this emotional pain, she forcibly closed her eyes, but the blood on her face was slowly washed away by her tears. She also recalled Philia's face before she sacrificed herself. Win. I'm sorry, I lost. I am a disappointment. Sarah apologized. Haha. Are you guys for real? Charles laughed with red eyes as he saw the painful expressions on Sarah's and Ashtar's face. Enjoy. Think what your people would say. You can do until you're eliminated. Take your time. I'm leaving, hypocrite losers. Charles put away the 6 flags and waved at them before his legs transformed and he shot outward. On the way out, he coughed out blood from time to time. The final blow dealt him great damage. But his overall strength was greater than the 2 and thus, he was the last one standing. Now, his strength had dropped drastically. The best he could now do was low level 6. It might not sound like much difference, but the Charles who just appeared in front of the trio could take care of 10 such low-level SXS with ease. That was why he was leaving. He wanted to taunt and insult them, but he held back. Because he was incredibly weak currently. Even though the teams basically cleared all the creatures in the Laden Burrows, what if 1 or 2 escaped and they entered the flag area since everything quieted down? He didn't want to take risks. The way everyone attacked him and forced him to flee with serious injuries taught him a lesson. Fame didn't matter. Means didn't matter. Only Victor did. And he won. Now to keep that victory, he was doing what the previous Charles would never do. Escape from the Laden Burrows to a safer place. Fortunately, I was cautious and cleared a safe area near the Laden Burrows. I can rest there. Charles sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, he turned so cautious. He didn't like it. But whenever he wanted to do things the old way, he would recall the scene of all the teams suppressing him. Ashtar, the best youngster of Neptune military. Xavier, the disciple and grandson of Sovereign Creo. Sarah, the daughter of Evander and granddaughter of Albert. Misa, Tiama, Rhodey, Marcus, William, Philia, every one of you ganged up on me, but I still won. I am better. My name will reverberate across the Federation because I will be the one to reach the level beyond sovereigns and end the abyssals. This is who I am. Charles Xander. As Charles smiled, he saw the exit. His smile only grew further. Everything ended. Charles stepped outside and suddenly his instinct screamed at him. Roar. He rolled down on the ground and saw a 6-legged creature with a crystalline armor. It exuded a peak level 6 aura. Impossible. Charles transformed into demi-wolf and yelled. Peak level SXS won't appear outside. After transformation, his senses rose and Charles immediately found out the reason. It shouldn't work on him originally, but his weakened state had him fall into it, even if only for a moment. Illusion. He muttered with confusion and fear before a playful voice rang in his ears. Correct answer. But too late. Hyuk. Charles' aura exploded and he kicked the ground, and was about to jump out of the illusion. But right then, the space suddenly solidified and stopped him just in time before a huge golden light flashed and engulfed him in its roaring lightning. Lightning fury, he recalled the source of the lightning attack as his body tried to fight it off. It was only seen in Thunder's Shrine and could only exert the strength of a mid-level SXS lightning blast. If it was in the past, or even before he fought the trio, he would have easily brushed off the attack. But now... Arg! The lightning mana coursed through his body as it broke his blood vessels and roasted his skin. His heart and brain were also came under attack, but thankfully, his prana blocked off the attack, albeit with a huge cost. It all happened in just a moment and the lightning disappeared as it was never present. Cough. Cough. Charles collapsed onto his knees as he coughed out blood and spit. His huge demi-wolf body was now a charred black-red and he emitted a smell akin to a roasted magic beast. His transformation wore off and he was back to his human form. There wasn't a single place that wasn't burnt and wasn't bleeding. You still didn't faint. I'm impressed. The playful voice resounded in his ears. Charles's head was dizzy as he tried to raise his head. But even that proved to be a hassle. That voice was oddly familiar. It wasn't someone he remembered as important, but certainly someone who made an impression on him. But he wasn't in a condition to recall. His body was falling apart and he knew he might collapse at any second. In fact, he was forcibly controlling resisting his brain's attempt to send him into a coma. Even though he knew was already eliminated, and lost, there was one thing he absolutely needed to do before he was eliminated. Who are you? Didn't all level 6 agree to stay out? Now that you did this, do you think I will let you go? His body was dull and cold, but his heart was enraged and seared. Drawing the strength from the depths of his body, Charles raised his head to see the one. A well-toned body came into his view. There were multiple injuries over the abdomen and arms to prove that he fought, but Charles couldn't even sense the other party's aura in his state. But as he stared at the other party from below, Charles felt a sense of suffocation and suppression. He was looking up at someone. It was novel to him. Except for his father, he never looked up to anyone alive. But now, to appear and to a normal level 6. You're gonna regret everything. I promise to teach you a lesson. Finally, Charles saw the young man's face, bit by bit. His lips were curled into a playful and amused smile. Those pitch-black eyes were staring right into his green eyes. This face. Varian? Charles exclaimed, paining his throat, which rewarded him with a fresh mouthful of blood. Cough. Cough. The burning pain in his throat reminded him of his state, and Charles stopped from yelling again and instead asked everything he wanted to know, everything he would have never thought as possible in one word. How? Ha 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 ha. Varian simply laughed at the question, his shoulders trembling as he looked at his former one-year target on his knees, looking at him with a bloodied body and even bloodier face. I remember someone asked me to kneel. Varian shifted to a different topic. Charles was confused. His mind was still dizzy and he couldn't recall asking him to kneel. Varian's eyes narrowed and his smile receded. Well. I guess you never took me seriously. In front of the dorm. Right after the opening ceremony. He spat with hatred. Exclamation point. The fog in his mind was dispelled and Charles clearly recalled all his interactions with Varian. Asking him to kneel for Narcissus. The next thing he knew was that Varian became Evander's disciple, got ambrosia and even reached level 5. And he even hit the honor list. Charles was slightly disturbed that day, but not much. He was confident in himself. Then suddenly, Evander rebuked him in front of everyone, and now, he could clearly remember the words Varian said before they left for Rena Planetoid. I will take your throne. His throne in the Amethyst list, the strongest cadet in the Defense Academy. Gulp. Charles never entertained the idea of such possibility, but now, he felt a sense of unease. His memories also quickly recalled something. During the matches, Varian's strength was peak level 5. Peak level 5? He muttered, looking at the man 2 years younger than him. Was it really just ambrosia, or was he hiding a bigger secret? No. That wasn't the most important. How did you do it? Charles asked again. Who helped you? Where are the lives success? As he said, he looked around, trying to find their traces. Come out. There's no way a peak level 5 can do this. Even if you don't admit it, I can still find you. His voice was filled with belief. Belief that it was impossible for a level 5 to pull this off. Even if Varian was a peak level 5, and stronger than all those messengers, how did he get those 3 things that made the attack on us possible? An illusion formation. Space lock formation. Lightning fury. It's impossible. That's why, there must be someone else. Otherwise, if a peak level 5 could achieve this. Pfft. Varian chuckled and shook his head. Are you feeling jealous or frightened that there is someone more talented than you? No. Charles said through gritted teeth. Sarah is more talented than you, but because she is a dual awakener, you didn't care. But now that I'm here, you are painfully made aware that you are bound to lose. No. Charles screamed, not caring if his throat burned from the injuries and he ended up spitting blood. Accept it. Your talent. Varian almost talked about Sia. Your talent is just that. I thought I'd need to work hard all the year to beat you. Looks like I'll need a few months at most. Charles fiercely stared into Varian's eyes. The composure he had were long gone. He wanted to be first. It was his destiny, his duty, and his dream. He needed to be the savior. Everyone needed him. Impossible. I'm first. I'm always first. Charles yelled, and his body trembled violently. His consciousness was forcibly put to rest as his brain sent him to coma. First. Not anymore. Varian smirked. He didn't eliminate Charles. It'd spoil the fun. I wonder how everyone will react. Chuckling lightly, Varian picked up the 6 flags. By default, these flags couldn't be placed in any storage rings. He caressed them lightly and looked up at the sky. There was only some time left before the 3-hour time limit of the trial ended. I did it. I did it in an acceptable way. His eyes shone and he smiled peacefully. I won. The eliminated participants from the trial no longer told their stories, nor were their elders asking them the questions. The level 9s stopped discussing the abyss threats. The level 8s stopped discussing the planetoid threats. The betting on the winners of the trial ended. The 2 banquet halls were now connected, forming a huge oval-shaped mega hall. Across a round table in the center, 6 holograms were seated along with 2 men. Of the 2 physically present men, one had hollow eyes and was dressed in an envoy uniform. Sovereign Creo Bell controlled him from afar and attended the meeting through him. The other man was naturally Evander. During these 3 hours, the sovereigns logged in and out as they went out to deal with various issues. In fact, every sovereign went off at least for 6 times in an hour. And I have to sit here for 5 hours. I could have killed some abyssals in that time. Every alien is a danger to humans. They must be exterminated. Evander continued his never-ending hate monologues. His personal doctor said it would cause him to utterly and completely hate every non-human thing. Not just abyssals, but even magic beasts. And even the humans he didn't consider human. For instance, Shadow Order. But Evander was more than happy if his rage fueled itself. Anytime now. Evander clasped his hands nervously and waited for the trial to end. Who will win? Everyone had the same question. There was only Charles, Ashtar and Sarah inside. At first, it seemed like Charles was the unanimous choice. After all, he was too strong. But the messengers that were eliminated early on revealed a shocking secret. 4 teams ganged up on Charles and severely injured him. When this news came up, the old man of Xander family, Eve Xander, flew into a fit of rage. But he still kept his seniority in mind and didn't lower himself to argue with juniors. Instead he went for their powers. Spit. Do you have no shame? 11 people ganging up on one? And you still couldn't eliminate him. He didn't spare anyone. Neptune's military, even if Ashtar won, your win ain't worth shit. Bell family, even if Xavier wins, he's just number 2. His grandfather Sovereign Creo would never do this. You Rhodey and Karen old bones, we are all prime families anyway. Do you still have any pride? Pa. I feel ashamed to share the same title as you. What prime families? The ones that initially tried to refute him were shot down by his striking insults. As a result, the old man literally scolded the powers for 10 minutes before Sovereign Julius told him to stop. Charles is not eliminated yet. With those words, old Eve calmed down and waited anxiously. His anxiety meant drinking, and he nearly drank as much as 20 people combined. Like him, Richard was also nervous. After learning that Varian knocked out Ari, he nearly had a cardiac arrest. I survived wars, poisoning, assassinations, but I might die from a heatstroke. He seriously considered writing down a will. What are you doing in Twisted Islands, young master? He didn't know. After Evander took in Varian as a disciple, Richard wanted to brag to everyone about his young master. A level 5 first year in first semester before mid-sem. But after realizing that he quickly reached peak level 5, all Richard wanted was peace. Or he'd die convincing everyone that Varian wasn't special. Young master, my old heart is in your hand. Young miss, are you all right? Anna maintained the same expressionless face as she sat with a group of level 9s. But the sweat rolling down her forehead, her clenched fists and her troubled breath spoke volumes about her anxiety. Anticipation, anxiety enveloped the hall. But perhaps the most anxious of all were the eliminated teammates. Tiama, Misa were seated in special medical chairs as the bots nursed them. I lost, but Captain Ashtar will win. Our Neptune military is the greatest. Tiama thought as he stared at the center in silence. Misa was lost in thought as she smirked from time to time. Losing sucks, but the fights were pretty fun. Arg, I want to fight Ashtar and Xavier. William, Philia were seated with Earth and Mars eliminated messengers. Philia maintained a cold face. I hope Sarah can win. She has a higher chance than me, but Xavier is too much trouble. William supported his chin with his hand and stared into the distance. Someone attacked me from the back and I was eliminated. Is it Ashtar or Sarah? Rhodey, Marcus and Xavier were all depressed. After waking up, Marcus didn't speak a word. I don't want this to happen ever again. I feel pathetic. Rhodey thought Xavier would question him. After all, he hid his strength and exposed it at the end. But Xavier was lost in his own thoughts. Charles, I really hope you don't win, but with your strength, you would. Even though each of the elimination by itself was shocking, it was Xavier's and Misa's that shook everyone to the core. The least discussed of all was the two-member team. Helia and Caleb also sat with their respective messengers, but they didn't sit together. Helia's face was extremely gloomy and she looked like she would devour everyone in her sight. Fuck. Ashtar, you son of a bitch. And who is it? Who set the beast tide? Who ruined my plans? Caleb just sighed in relief that no one asked him questions. Even though it'd be no eventually, saving I was caught in a beast tide was embarrassing. Thankfully, they were all given emergency treatment and were allowed to the banquet hall only a few minutes ago. By then, sovereigns made an appearance and everyone stopped speaking. As all the eyes focused on the center of the hall where a huge stage was placed, space cracked open and one by one, participants were sent out. The trial ended. Everything a mid-awakener needed was present. Many peak level 5s were now just a step away from advancement. After this banquet, they'd enter seclusion and in a few days, advance to level 6. Of course, these were all geniuses among the geniuses. But after all, they were only second year now and reached level 6 in the first semester. It was quite an achievement. The strongest second year after Sarah was previously Ari, Ashtar's sister. But Varian took her place. But both of them participated in the competition. This led the next strongest person, Shav, to believe he's going to throw them off and advance to level 6 much faster than them. Once that gap was created, he decided it'd only widen. Then I'm the strongest second, yeah. His glowing eyes froze the moment he thought of the monster called Sarah. Forget it, I'm second strongest of second year. That actually rhymes better. After the peak level 5s came the level SXS. Unlike the relatively unharmed level 5s, the level SXS were more injured. Some of them lost a limb and others had a big hole torn in their body. Of course, all of them were quickly sent to the emergency room regardless of their state for treatment. The leading level SXS had a smile on their face. They were now closer to the realm of top 10. But, the top 10 should have also improved. Good. You improved a lot. A level 8 elder felt the aura of his grandson and complimented heartily. I can reach peak level 6 in a week or so. The young man said with a smile. Even though he had injuries all over his body, they weren't serious. Ha 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 ha. The old man was elated and patted his grandson. Plop. The young man fainted, coughing out blood. Oops. The old man's face changed and he yelled. Medical emergency. Where are the healers? He was so excited that he forgot to control his strength for a moment. Thankfully, only a bit of his power was let loose and he didn't end up killing his grandson in accident. Old fellow, get out of there. Let's send everyone to treatment first. An elder woman came and dragged him away. But after all, the people related to the level 5s and level SXS were very excited. They didn't participate in the competition and had no chance of winning the prize. But so what? Their improvement was all that mattered. Soon, all the level 5s and level 6s that didn't participate in the competition came out. Then the messengers. Their auras were a bit weaker than other peak level 5s. But the smiles on their faces were far brighter. Obviously, they gained valuable treasures. Some of them got the items that could exert level 6 strength, similar to thunder dynamites and lightning fury. These could be used in the case of emergencies to save their lives. Others got special liquids that would improve perception of their divine path. For instance, 1 drop of a blessing water would improve progress by 60% in water path for a day. Of course, each region had its own special treasures. Twisted Islands was a common favorite as it provided items that allowed one to teleport. Aside from the bright smiles of the messengers, there were also frowns. The lightning fury in Thunder Shrine were missing. Strangely, the messenger teams of that region were also long eliminated. The space formations in Twisted Islands were missing. The illusion formations in Ether Gardens were missing. We were collecting the treasures in the outer and inner areas first before daring into the core areas. But still, no one entered. Only the teams moved in and out. But why would teams take off those things? It's weird. The sharp ones among the messengers noticed the clues and were speculating. The competition ended, I guess we'll all know soon. Soon, the messengers were also taken to treatment. Priscilla Xander bowed her head and gnashed her teeth. She was Charles's messenger, but some son of a bitch knocked her out early on. She should have gotten the treasures, but now she became a laughing stock. Just wait till I find you. They're finally coming out, huh? Prince Belis Karen muttered, his voice filled with disappointment yet also anticipation. Marcus was eliminated and they lost all chances of winning. You earthlings are luck as fuck, he said, with a gaze piercing the sulking princess seated across the same table. Princess Iris Xander crossed her hands and sneered. Your juniors ganged up on Charles. Now you're mocking that he can't win. Belis, are you trying to make up for the fact that you can't even talk back to Charles? Crack. The table cracked under Belis' grip, but he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Belis wanted to punish Narcissus for laughing, but that fucker Charles, he escalated things. He backed off in the end. He knew he couldn't touch Charles, but the humiliation. Arg. He's not even a high awakener. How dare he? Winning is all that matters, he said with a cold tone and stared at the center. The atmosphere was tense. Prince Carl said. Charles is injured. Don't count him. There's only Sarah and Ashtar now. And you know who's stronger. His voice was filled with pride. He personally saw Ashtar on the front lines and a few times was the superior officer of Ashtar. He knew about this junior of his. He has the highest possibility of winning. Don't write Sarah off so fast. Who knows? After all, you know her progress. Prince Cain smiled. He didn't believe she could win either. But as Evander's pupil, he wanted to support her. Speaking of Sarah, didn't General Evander's disciple wreak havoc during the duels? Where is he? Princess Iris Xander asked with a frown. Narcissus said in private that he wanted her to teach Varian a lesson. She refused, of course. If she really did that, then forget about her image plummeting because she targeted a level 5, Evander's subordinates, pupils and their subordinates and pupils would all attack her like hounds. The power of a high general, the commander of an entire planet's army, was no joke. Ah, my junior Varian. Prince Cain rubbed his chin. I tried to look for him in the level 5s earlier. I didn't see him in the eliminated ones from earlier either. His brows knit together as he said. Where is Varian? HM. He's my junior's junior. He's pretty good, though not good as me, William said with a sincere face. Philia was silent for a moment before saying. Were you peak level 5 in the first semester? William's smile froze. Cough cough. That's not the point. He waved his hand and said. I searched for him everywhere. Eliminated or not. I can't find him. No one saw him either. Where the hell is he? William was worried that something bad happened to his junior's junior. Someone else was also worried. Not for the same reason though. Are you kidding me? Evander sat silently with the sovereigns as he maintained an expressionless face. But inwardly, he wanted to get up and smash the table. Why? Because he read the message Richard, Varian's butler, sent. Master, young master didn't appear. He's not eliminated. Nor is he in the other regions. He isn't a messenger either. I'm afraid. Hey Evander, are you fine? The man in envoy uniform, controlled by Sovereign Creo, asked. Ah. Me? Evander said before he gave a natural smile. Thanks for the concern, Sovereign Creo. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, never felt better. I've never felt more tense. What the hell is going on? Evander almost jumped up from his seat. But he maintained the same stoic but polite expression and tapped on his calm. Richard, are you sure? Maybe some didn't come out. I've cross-checked 20 times already. Other than Sarah, Ashtar, and Charles, only Varian is not out. There are no deaths this time and everyone else is out. Fuck. Evander slumped into his seat. Oh my. Hosting a banquet must be exhausting. Sovereign Varian covered her mouth and chuckled. Ahaha. Indeed, it's pretty exhausting. I hope I didn't cause you any inconvenience. Evander laughed awkwardly. Exhausting my ass. I can sit all day for a month and not feel tired. But this stupid disciple, I'm afraid, no, I'm sure something is gonna happen. Arg. Now what are you going to do? Speaking of you, Evander, how did your disciple do? I didn't see him in the group, is he eliminated? Sovereign Ares asked. Evander stiffened as he considered the million possible ways to answer. Finally, he sighed inwardly and opened his mouth. Actually, he. Sarah. Ashtar. Charles. Following silver lights, 3 members appeared in the center of the banquet hall. Not even a second passed, and 3 silhouettes shot at them with tremendous speed. Aunt Anna, I'm sorry. Sarah said before she fainted. Anna's breath stopped as her throat went dry. She looked at the dried marks on Sarah's cheeks and sighed. Miss. You did your best. Anna's body disappeared and she appeared in the emergency treatment room. Get the best potion. She yelled. But she can do it just fine with a 7-star potion. The officer in charge stuttered. I will pay. Get her the best potion. Anna roared, causing the officer to shiver before he hurriedly nodded. She placed Sarah in a healing pod and sighed deeply. What pained her was not Sarah's loss. Fuck that competition. But the pain Sarah endured because she lost. Miss. Don't you realize you're competing with cadets a year older than you? Anna whispered softly. I'm already proud of you. But the person you want to make proud of. Anna's eyes narrowed and her space sense locked onto Evander in the center of the banquet hall. He was currently looking in this direction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls as his eyes rested on Sarah's position. His eyes fluctuated for a moment before he nodded at Anna and went back to talking with the sovereigns. Crack. Anna crushed the glass vial in her hand. Can't you at least come see her once? She's lonely. The only people she is close with is me and Varian. Varian? Anna just realized her space sense didn't sense him. Given her familiarity with his aura, her space sense would automatically prompt once it feels his aura. But her space sense was already enveloping the entire banquet hall and still there was no response. Anna was worried for a moment, but she decided to check on him after Sarah woke up. At the same time in other healing rooms. Prince Carl and Princess Hua saw Ashtara's injured body in the healing pod with a complicated expression. He got so many injuries. Princess Hua bit her lip. It's Charles. It's just ridiculous that Charles not only healed but also injured Ashtar to this point. Carl said in exasperation. But didn't you see Charles's injuries? They're more horrendous. At least Ashtar fainted after arriving here, but Charles was already unconscious. Hua sighed. Indeed, Charles's skin was missing in many parts and there were various burns in his body. By the time he arrived, there was lightning mana wreaking havoc in his body. Old Xander quickly dispelled the lighting and took him to treatment. Lightning mana, wait, what the hell? Prince Carl exclaimed with wide eyes. What happened? Hua asked, a bit anxious. The last blow Charles took was a lightning one. But neither Sarah nor Ashtar are lightning awakeners. And that lightning mana, being a level 7 lightning awakener, I feel it's not an awakener's mana. You mean? Hua raised a brow. Yes. It's an explosive or something. Perhaps it's actually Sarah or Ashtar who used it, but I don't know, it feels weird. Carl couldn't put a finger on it, but he always had the feeling that something wasn't right. Well, Ashtar didn't have any flags. So, it's either Sarah or Charles. They'll announce shortly. Hua said. That old man Richard did ask us if Ashtar had the flags. I think they'll verify the flags and announce any time now. Carl nodded. But people are just too excited. Look at the hype. Hua smiled lightly. The banquet hall was noisy as everyone discussed the winner. The three of them were all severely injured, but one of them must be the winner. They were all waiting for the announcement and the relevant personnel were already checking the flags. The relevant person was an old man. Richard. Varian's butler. At this moment, he was looking at the sky and sighing deeply. He went to Anna, Princess Hua and Xander. The three of them gave the same answer. We have no flags. 6 flags, the last 3 contenders didn't have a single flag. Logically, the conclusion would be that no one won any flag. Richard would have also thought the same. No. He wanted to believe it. He wished it was true. But he knew something most others didn't know and weren't paying attention to. There was one last person who still didn't come out. And there was also only one person who was still missing in the participants. I'm done. I'm done. Let me die. Richard maintained a composed smile outwardly as he dragged his body to the center of the banquet hall. The banquet hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Richard as they anxiously awaited the announcement. No way what I think is gonna happen. No one won. Yes. The winner is none. Richard coughed lightly and opened his mouth. The winner is, a silver light flashed right beside him, causing everyone in the banquet hall to stand up in shock. Richard stiffened like everyone else as a young man stepped out of the space crack. The winner is me. Varian raised the flags and declared. At first, she thought it was the prank of a powerful psychic. But with Anna around, who would dare to that? That means this was definitely not an illusion. Have I gone mad? She thought. It just makes no sense. Her brain concluded. It just makes no sense. A high awakener spoke up, breaking the silence. With that, everyone also voiced their opinions. He's still a level 5, right? Or is he hiding even more strength? He can't win. There's absolutely something shady. Yes. To think the General Evander, the host, will use such despicable methods. I'm truly disappointed. Indeed. Do you think we are kids to fall for your publicity stunt? In an instant, the public opinion went from shock to disbelief and disbelief to denial and denial to accusation. Richard felt his head spin as he looked at the expression of dissatisfaction on some big shots. Forget those level 9 bosses, even sovereigns were frowning as they started at Evander for an explanation. Evander, Evander maintained the same stoic expression. But Richard could tell that he was panicking right now. However, as an experienced general, Evander stood up and appeared beside Varian. The audience suddenly fell silent. "It's normal to have doubts," he calmly said, looking at everyone with cold eyes. "Yes. I have the most doubts. But we didn't get to hear what happened from others. Once Varian gets his healing potion, we'll have everyone individually confess what happened inside. Everyone here can be a live witness." His words were unhurried and the crowd too calmed down. This was an acceptable solution. They'd know what happened independently from every trial taker, and more importantly, even Varian would have to reveal what he'd done. There's no way he can explain things, the majority thought. Evander nodded at Richard, who took Varian and instantly disappeared to a healing room. Evander returned to the round table and sat in silence. The sovereigns didn't speak out. But he knew that if something shady did happen, then it'd all be pushed onto him. "I knew this would happen. I was stupid to send him an invitation." Evander wanted to slap his past self. As Varian disappeared, the crowd burst into fierce discussions. Most of them wanted to approach the trial takers and ask what happened, but the security stopped them. Before the confession, don't make trouble. Since it was only a few minutes away, men and women, boys and girls all suppressed their curiosity and waited. While they all thought Varian's victory was fake, the ex-teammates sat like statues. In the back of their mind, a puzzle seemed to have been solved. Suddenly, everything made perfect sense. Xavier realized the unease they had. Ashtar recalled the time when his messengers called for request reporting a level 6 entering Thunder Shrine. Then there was the Beast Tide. The teams of Ashtar, Xavier, Sarah and Helia immediately understood the mastermind. As more and more connections were made, they felt a chill down their spine. How in fucking hell? They received the biggest shock of their lives. Sarah felt like the sky was falling. She gaped into the distance with utter silence before finally nodding. "I see." William stared at the sky through the open ceiling with a complicated expression. He slowly said, "The Beast Tide was triggered by explosives, and there are lightning explosives in the Thunder region. It's normally very hard to find them, but I gave him the books with all the information." Sarah sighed deeply. She didn't know what to feel at this moment. What was this dull feeling in her chest? She was happy and not at the same time. A part of her felt cheated, but a part of her felt proud. Suddenly she thought of something and froze. Did he use Ghost Ship or what? That's unfair and cheating, but wait, if anyone else knows, it'd put him in danger. The more she thought about it, the more Sarah felt like Varian used Ghost Ship. She fidgeted and took deep breaths to calm herself down. She was pissed off at his actions, yes. After all, he never told her that he wanted to participate in the trial. But even if he did say, would that have changed anything? No. No one would think he'd win. And given his level, no team will accept him. Sarah would have still given him the information of the treasures anyway. But still. I feel like a fool. Sarah thought and bit her lip. Don't be angry, Sarah. William said slowly. I don't think he cheated, but if he didn't, I have no idea how he won. Philia said. Sarah nodded. In the end, Charles defeated Ashtar and her. Even though he was very injured then, he still had the strength of a mid-level 6 or something. How can Varian possibly defeat him? There's no chance. Even if he tried to use lightning explosives, with his speed, Charles could easily dodge. That's why. Arg. Sarah rubbed her brows and sighed. During the same time, in a healing room. Are you fine? Varian asked from the healing pod. The healing liquid was doing its wonders already. Richard clutched his heart. It was beating too fast and threatened to burst out any moment. Me? I'm perfectly fine. Richard smiled elegantly. Then why are you sweating, trembling, and were you always this paler? Varian asked in confusion. Because I almost got a heart stroke. Richard wanted to say, but he just laughed outwardly. Must be my old age, ha ha ha. Then the healing room fell silent. Varian stretched his arms and stepped out of the healing pod. Richard sighed inwardly and his voice turned serious. Young master, did you cheat? Ha 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 ha. So far, no one had lied. The audience watched the 12 different screens showing the live confessions of the 5 teams and Varian. The steps of the teams were logical and predictable. Everyone understood what they were doing. But Varian. At first, everyone was confused by Varian's actions. First, he went to Thunder Plains and got the Fury Dynamites. Then, he went to the Ether Gardens and brought a few plants that enraged others. In either case, he wasn't found by messengers. His answer to that query was straightforward. They're all weaker than me and I was on guard all the time. There was a messenger or two that saw me, I knocked them out. That one or two meant Ari and Priscilla Xander. Anyway, after getting the vengeance flowers, he went to Vine Forest and provoked the messengers into attacking Charles. Eve Xander, the butler of Charles, almost coughed out blood. So you picked drugs to provoke Charles, but why? But soon, he understood the gist and clicked his tongue. What a cunning fellow. Charles Xander was ultimately a wild card. If he recovered, things would go south. The best way to deal with him was to pit him against other teams. But why would they come again and attack a weakened Charles? If he eliminates those messengers, either Ashtar or the Xavier team would decide he's still dangerous and they'd attack him again. Varian continued calmly. Messengers being eliminated in Vine Forest served multiple functions. One of which was that messengers in every region were reduced. So when I went to Ice Region, there was only one messenger of the Ashtar team. I knocked him out and sent a half-typed message to Tialma. Then I set the explosives on a mountain and set a timer for them. Varian talked lightly, but everyone present in the hall dropped their jaws. If you set up a timer, you must accurately predict the actions of the other party. They all knew the difficulty. Then the Twisted Islands, Ari and I used a common face mask and modified it to pose as Ari and misled Helia. Of course, Ashtar also got the wrong message. The reason it worked on Helia was her character. She didn't dare to stay because she was afraid of confrontation with the strong. But the reason she went to the Ice Region was an obvious reason of her personality. Her pride. She looked down on Sarah since the beginning of the banquet. So many of them saw this, but how many could actually make use of that information? Ashtar should have trusted Ari's message and the disappearance of the messenger should have convinced them. Then they entered Ice Region shortly after Helia's team. Varian explained nonchalantly, the details and reasoning. Everyone just watched dumbly as the man told how he just fooled every top genius. Why did it seem so easy coming from him? Anyway, the explosion timing was off by almost 40 seconds or Ashtar's team would be more injured. Insane, this was just insane. Richard leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. He saw Evander, along with other sovereigns staring at Varian's hologram. They all had surprised expressions on their faces. In fact, a few of them nodded from time to time and their eyes brightened up. By this point, the general trajectory was set. I went to Thunder Plains, lured a level 6 beast to eliminate the messengers and in the meanwhile, I took away some lightning fury orbs. In the Ether Gardens, I avoided the surveillance of the messengers and sneaked in successfully. I got a couple of illusion formations. Finally, Twisted Islands. There were more people there, but thankfully, none on the above island. There's a secret route to the floating island that's known to some people and I read it in a book. With that, I reached the floating island and took away a few space formations. All those items could at most exert the strength of mid-level 6. Why did he collect them at all and why them of all? Because any member of the team could easily dodge them with their speed. And that's it. I leisurely went to the Laden Burrows. By then, everyone was already fighting. I just decided to target the winner. After all those injuries, they'd come out anyway since there could still be more beasts inside. Since my space and illusion formations need to be fixed to the ground, I needed a spot where the winner would step into. The obvious choice was the entrance exit. But I didn't arrange it immediately. Varian rubbed his chain and shrugged. He didn't seem to the difficulty of his actions. Anyway, I had a bad feeling about Charles, and soon, he did arrive and went inside. Shortly after, I arranged the illusion formations and space formations embedded with lightning fury orbs. All of them only needed aura to operate, and that's why I picked them. He said. Why does it sound so simple? Evander thought as he kept sighing inwardly. And what's with your thinking all of a sudden? Did your brain suddenly awaken or what? Regardless of his thoughts, he was happy. Everything Varian said so far was verified. That meant he only used his power of peak level 5 all the time. Charles exited out after some time. He was injured, so my illusion formation and space formation worked on him long enough until the lightning orb's attacks caught him. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Varian nodded lightly. Then he looked at the camera and said. I am done, right? Are we getting the prize now or what? At least give us time to digest what just happened. But no one found any major problem with what he said. According to the reports, he didn't cheat. If a peak level 5 replicated what he did, they could theoretically achieve the same results, but a level 5 aiming to best the strongest level SXS of the Federation? Bitch please. Forget aiming, just dreaming that big was impossible. But the reality was indeed stranger than fiction. Somehow, the audience felt a mix of shock and yearning at Varian's achievement. I want to be like him too. I want to dream big, I want to achieve my goal. This time, the audience was silent without anyone asking them to. The seniors now placed him at the same level as Charles, if not higher. Such a person shouldn't have improved based on treasures. Perhaps even ambrosia was a lie. Yes, yes. This guy is a natural genius. We need to support him. As they rationalized their actions, the final ceremony began. Varian was on the stage with Sovereigns and Evander. The Sovereigns chatted with him for a bit. Sovereign Ares patted him on the shoulder, or at least tried to. Attaboy. Any peak level 5 would have not even tried, but you did. Just for that courage, I am optimistic about your future. Come to Neptune sometime and visit the front lines. Slaughter some abyssals, it's very refreshing. Varian nodded lightly, his lips threatening to leak out a big smile. Front lines are interesting. Sovereign Vian chuckled and said. I have a good daughter. Varian's face stiffened. Cough. Cough. Don't joke, Sovereign Vian, doesn't your daughter have a daughter already? Evander coughed lightly and defended his innocent disciple. Well, not so innocent but still. Oh. Vian smiled teasingly at Evander and waved her hand. Well, I don't have anything. Just some money. I'm very stingy, so. She swiped her calm and Varian's eyes nearly popped out. There were too many zeros. Varian could now retire, buy a private island and live for 100 years without any worry of money. Ha ha ha. Vian laughed lightly and stepped back. The other sovereigns also gave a gift each. Finally, Evander looked at him with a complicated expression and gave him an exquisite glass vial. Enlightenment potion. It was the prize of the trial. Evander, he's your disciple, aren't you going to gift him anything? Ares suddenly asked, causing Evander to stiffen on the spot. Varian turned his head and whistled. Even though the treasures they gave were mostly useless, who knew? Evander wanted to gift Varian, but anything he gave would pale in comparison to the gifts sovereigns gave him. For instance, Sovereign Kevin gave Varian a teleportation talisman. If he activated it, he'd be teleported far enough that even level 7s wouldn't find him easily. Evander thought hard and finally glanced at Sarah in the audience. Her gaze was transfixed on Varian from the beginning to the end. Her eyes showed a mix of emotions that he didn't think his usually silent daughter was capable of. She was surely a bit angry but also relieved that Varian wasn't in danger. Evander didn't look at her for long though. As Sarah grew up, she resembled her mother more and more. And reminded him of her death. "If Sarah is fine with it, I won't object," he said slowly. Varian was taken aback. "What fine?" Evander wanted to beat up Varian, but looking at the sovereigns, he controlled himself and said, "So, what is your request? Make sure it's reasonable." All the sovereigns looked at him as did the audience. Varian smiled lightly and said, 4 hours. 4 hours of training, it'd be a bit hard, but we can plan 10-minute sessions over the year. Sovereign Albert, right? I will inform H. No, Master, I need 4 hours from you. Third was when Varian revealed himself to be the winner. Now was the fourth silence. But this one silence seemed to outweigh all the previous 3 silences combined. No, Master, I need 4 hours from you. Everyone, including level 9 awakeners, thought they had gone deaf. Either that or Sovereign Creo trapped them in an illusion. Evander was stupefied as he opened his mouth and stared at Varian with a silly look. A high general, the commander of Earth Army, had never shown such a display before. Thanks to his disciple, his image of stoic and fierce general was almost destroyed. Cough. Cough. Evander quickly coughed and regained his composure. Being a level 9 had its benefits. But with a disciple like this, ha ha ha. Don't joke now. Evander waved his hand and laughed awkwardly. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the sovereigns. What he saw nearly made him jump in fright. Good Lord. Half of the sovereigns narrowed their eyes and the other half had cold faces. Fucked it. You totally fucked it up. Evander wanted to yell. Varian's wish itself wasn't anything wrong. But choosing him over the 7 sovereigns was just plain insult to them. In fact, if Varian said he chose Sovereign Albert, Evander's father and the original host of the trial, things would have been fine. But now... I didn't know you were so busy that your disciple had to seek you from this match. Sovereign Varian waved her hand fan lightly and chuckled. Her laughter slowly died down as she said, "Since I'm not needed here, I will take my leave." "Why?" Evander called out, but her virtual figure flickered and disappeared. "Whatever." Julius Xander shrugged. "Don't worry too much, Evander." Creo Bell spoke, and the next moment, the eyes of the man in envoy suit changed. Huh? Is it over? The man rubbed his eyes and checked his calm, then he nodded at everyone and left. Really? Your petty egos. Sovereign Karen clicked his tongue and waved his hand. The worst that can happen is this boy being a member of Shadow Order. Varian's face twitched. Are you hinting something? Well, I checked his files thrice anyway. He's a pretty normal kid. Everyone wanted to yell. Which part of him is normal? Sovereign Karen thought for a moment and considered the worst possibility. He looked at Varian and said, "Don't die, kid." Then he too disappeared. Sovereign Kevin looked at Varian and laughed. You pissed off that old hag. I like you, ha ha ha. Varian's brows knit for a split second before he politely smiled. The sovereigns quickly left. The trial ended just like that. Evander didn't try to dissuade anyone again. It was useless. Only 3 sovereigns took it seriously, others were simply pissed off and would forget the issue. Probably. Arg. I managed to keep them calm for hours, and Varian, he just broke everything in minutes. Evander was freaking out, but he didn't show it out. He glanced at the silent spectators and announced. The trial ended. The subtext, you can leave if you want. Some high awakeners disappeared the next second. A few of them came to talk to one of the sovereigns, Others came to discuss their divine path with their peers and a few to see their juniors perform. But only a small percentage left. Most of them stayed behind. Why? Not every genius participated in the duels, and even if some did, they held back. But with the solar trial, they showed their prowess. Thus, the ones with the best performances were quickly approached by powers, big and small, for various reasons. At the same time, geniuses also discussed joint missions. For instance, students of Earth Defense Academy and Mars Battle Academy planned to complete a mission on a planetoid. The third years talked with the seniors, princes and alumni who reached peak level 6 earlier than they did. If nothing happened, Sio would be here with me, right? Varian sighed inwardly. But what happened. Ahem. Varian heard the cough and saw Evander looking at him with an expression that said, "Give me a good reason or else. I have 4 hours now. What do you want?" he said, his voice low and cold. Varian rubbed the back of his head and said, "Can you wait in a private room? I'll be there in 5 minutes. These 5 minutes will be counted under those 4 hours, and if there's an emergency, I'm leaving," Evander said. In those minutes, he decided to punch the hell out of whatever he could find. Evander's body flickered and he disappeared. "Master, the Aiders." Varian paused midway as his comm notified a new message. It was the meeting room's location. Well. Varian walked down the stage. "I can't believe it. He's a monster. He even beat Charles. Such schemes, I am afraid if we try to rein him in, he'll also plot against us." The princes, seniors and even elders whispered as Varian passed them by. For better or for worse, no one wanted to approach Varian. More than his victory, they feared his mind. The way he played around with the strongest geniuses despite his weaker strength was a terrifying thing. Who could say for certain he wouldn't do the same on them? Without trying to, Varian's reputation created a veiled deterrence. "I bet he must be plotting against someone right now. Look. He looked at me. Ow. Maybe he will frame me. Oh my God. I didn't write a will yet." Varian looked at the overreactive lady and gnashed his teeth. "Do you think everyone here is worth my time? Wait, why would I even plot against you? You're only a low level 6. When I can win with my power, why plot?" Varian didn't bother to argue and reached a particular table. Sarah, William, and Philia. William gawked at him while Philia observed him with curiosity. Only Sarah. She crossed her arms and turned to the side. "Sarah," Varian said. She looked up at him and covered her mouth. "Oops. Forgive me, sir. What can I do for you?" "I can explain." Varian raised his hands and said. Her frustration was understandable. He didn't tell her he was going for the flags. The teams were only concerned with level success and asked them to not enter. He made use of that loophole. And, a major reason for his victory was the information he had. Most messengers didn't know half the stuff Varian found in the books. Sarah gave them to him and he used them against her. To be honest, even if she got mad at him, he could understand. Even he felt it was totally a dick move. "Then explain." Sarah stood up and walked towards the terrace. Varian was caught off guard by her reaction. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be angry for 10 minutes and he had to calm her down? She's actually willing to listen. She's such a nice girl. Varian smiled and quickly followed her out. She stood in the same spot where he found her before the trial. Varian cut to chase. "If you knew about me participating, my chances of winning are 0%. Sarah glanced at the sky in silence and clenched her fists. Her knuckles turned white and after a while, she deeply sighed. "I know. You did the best thing you do." Sarah shook her head and forced a small smile. "In fact, even if you told me you were participating in the trial, I would still you give those books," she said lightly, but Varian felt the weight in her words. It's alright. Sarah waved her hand and closed her eyes. I'm just feeling useless. Varian patted her lightly but didn't speak. In the end, she muttered. Your wish, you really know how to piss off people. Cough. Cough. Varian laughed nervously. Master must be hating me now. Sarah said without thinking. But he must be more proud of you, unlike me. I lost. This is the reason you're upset, right? After losing in the duel against Ashtar, you were down, but now, you're totally depressed. Varian looked at her slightly swollen eyes and clenched his fist. I don't want to see you like this. Sarah, I have a gift for you. I'm sorry about the release schedule. I was going through some issues. I'll fix the chapter release timing back to an hour or two after reset. From the next chaps. And right now, Evander sat on a luxurious couch as he tapped his fingers. Apparently, there were no training grounds here to withstand his peak level 9 powers. So, Evander channeled that frustration elsewhere. Hatred. Abyssals. Magic beasts. I should kill at least 1,000 to calm down. No. 1,000 is too little. A couple more. He decided to go on a killing spree after this meeting. Or Varian's actions might drive him insane. But Evander paused and his lips lightly curled. He won, against every genius. This boy is a gem. Ha 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 ha. Despite all the troubles, Evander felt his chest swell with pride. This pride. Sam, there's someone like you. He recalled his late son. No, he's actually stronger than you at your age. Then where are they same? He's like you in the attitude. No. Evander shook his head firmly. You wouldn't cause me trouble. You wouldn't plot against others in the trial. You would follow orders. You would be confident, but this guy is just too confident in himself. What's his courage to participate in the trial? Even if one thing went wrong, he would have lost. The more he said, the more troubled Evander became. He realized something. He's nothing like you, Sam. It was me, I was trying to see you in him. He closed his eyes. But your sister, she is really like your mother. She is sad that she lost, but she's only a second year. I hope she grows up. He noticed Sarah was sad and even cried. But he only thought she was sad because she failed to win. She was sad because she thought he was disappointed in her. But, after the death of his wife, Evander simply found it hard to express his emotions. Even more so to Sarah. She was the constant reminder of their death and she reminded him of her mother. Stop. Stop thinking about it. Arg. It's 4 minutes 47 seconds already. Where's that boy? Evander tapped the couch and growled. After the match, he realized he underestimated his disciple. What is he planning now? He was also thinking that Varian was scheming something. And, tick. Tick. Evander's calm rang notifying Varian's message. Master, I'm outside the door. Evander closed his eyes and leaned back on the couch. Open. The door opened slowly. You had me wait for 5 minutes, then you too should wait for 10 minutes. I'm your master. This much is necessary. Evander smirked inwardly. He wouldn't do such childish things normally, but sitting with sovereigns for hours took a toll on him. Then Varian's wish pissed off almost every sovereign. Now, Evander just wanted to vent. What better option than to take a petty revenge on your disciple? Tap. Tap. The footsteps were very light. Someone of Varian's build should have heavier footsteps. Sow. Evander could hear the small sound of the couch as Varian sat on the couch opposite it to him. Evander kept his eyes closed and waited for Varian to speak. His expression was stern and he wanted Varian to know he's frustrated. Pissed off. Angry. All for one thing. To get Varian to call him first. Humph. Come, call me. Something like, Master, I'm really sorry for causing the trouble. He was feeling too passive in this master-disciple relationship. Evander started counting numbers. And in his count, 5 minutes passed. Evander knit his brows. Unknowingly, his counting speed increased. 10 minutes passed. Evander frowned. 30 minutes passed. Evander growled from time to time. 1 hour passed. Evander opened his eyes and said in anger. Boy, do you think my time is? He shut up midway. Father. Sarah weakly greeted him. Sarah. Evander was taken aback for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Why are you here? He asked with a cool voice. Unlike before, he seemed more strict and also more distant. Sarah's eyes dimmed and she clenched her hands on her lap. Varian sent me. What? Evander raised a brow. Ting. At the same time, his calm rang again. Master, clear up the misunderstandings. We aren't running a drama company, are we? Just speak your heart out. Wait, what? Misunderstandings? Evander was confused and looked at Sarah. What misunderstandings? Sarah only wants you to be proud about her, and I'm sure any father would be proud to have a daughter like her. Of course I'm proud of her. But should I tell her face to face that I'm proud of you? Even to Sam, I only said it thrice directly. I told Richard many times I'm proud of Sarah. What's your point? My point is some things, especially feelings, must be said out loud. It will cost you some embarrassment, but it will make her happy. If you love someone, tell them you love them. She's your only family, isn't she? What's wrong with telling her that you love her and are proud of her? I wish I told that to my mom before she passed away. Evander was silent as he glanced at Sarah, who stiffly gazed at the floor. Now that he thought about it, after her mother's death, he never once spoke to Sarah normally. He used to tell her the tales about Moon. He only told them to Sarah. Not even Sam. It was a special bonding between him and her. After he narrated the stories, Sarah used to tell what happened that day. What she found interesting, what she was happy about, what she was sad about. And he would listen with a smile. As she got older, the stories changed. From children's tales to fairy tales to the stories about old Earth's peaceful moon. But the bonding remained the same. Until he stopped everything after their death. He was solely focused on revenge, revenge and revenge because he wanted to avenge his family. But wasn't Sarah also his family? She was the only family left. I avoided her because she reminded me of their deaths, but I neglected how I would appear to Sarah. To her, I am avoiding her. So, she thought it must be her fault. Even if she knew I was depressed by their deaths, there's no way she isn't affected by it. I thought she'll be fine with Anna. No, I just threw away my responsibility. And, Sarah is pretty depressed. She's a dual awakener. She feels guilty for something that isn't her fault. Wait, what? I am disappointed that you can't be a sovereign, but that was never your choice to begin with. Why are you guilty, Sarah? Evander clenched his fist and smiled wryly. He looked at Sarah, who blankly stared at the floor and felt a pain in his heart. Sarah used to smile a lot at him, but now, she didn't even speak. It was all his fault. And what if she's a dual awakener? Even if she's a normal awakener, it'd take at least 20 to 30 years for a level 7 to reach sovereign state, if not more. By then, we humans would have already defeated Abyssals. Indeed. Evander thought. Humans were growing stronger every year. They just needed 1 or 2 more sovereigns. They were expected to appear in a decade or 2. He only hoped there were no accidents until then. And you know my progress speed. I'm level 6 already, by the way. 5 years, and I'll be a sovereign. And I'm not bragging, but once I reach the sovereign state, I can end the abyssals by myself. What? Level 6 already? Evander almost bit his tongue. It's not even 2 months, right? Seriously. Even if Varian told him that he'd reach sovereign state by the end of the year, it might be. That's too absurd, Of course, he denied such unrealistic thought. Poor Evander, he didn't know that his disciple was a much bigger monster than he could imagine. So, tell her that it's okay even if she's a dual awakener. I didn't say it on the stage, but my actual request is this. 4 hours of your time to make up with your daughter. She deserves every bit of affection you can give her. Thank you. Evander took a deep breath, and as he was about to close the comm, he found a small note at the end. P.S. If you still don't treat her well, I shall sever our relationship. Threatening me? Evander didn't know how to feel. Should he be angry that his disciple is threatening him, or should he be happy that his daughter has someone who cares about her? Whatever, I'll take care of him later. Now. Evander took a deep breath and looked at the girl in front of him, and his habitual cold expression melted. Sarah. He spoke in the most gentle voice he could muster. It came off as pretty awkward. After all, he didn't speak like that for years. Heck. He didn't even smile like that. But no matter how awkward it was, Sarah's body shook as she stared at him with wide eyes. Father. Sarah. Evander slowly stood up and sat beside her. Why, yes. Sarah's voice shook uncontrollably. She didn't know why, but she felt like her chest was about to burst. Why? Before she knew it, the world blurred. But Sarah kept her eyes open and tried to stare at the man in front of her. She was afraid it was all her dream. Then she finally felt warm hands wipe the tears off her cheeks. Evander took a deep breath and his face slightly reddened, but he still said, I'm sorry, but Sarah, can I continue the story of White Moon from where we left off? With tears rolling down her cheeks, Sarah nodded with a bright smile. Staying in the banquet hall was no longer an option. So, he picked a private room and slumped on the couch. First was William, Philia, whom Varian sent off after some small talk. All said and done, they were friends with Sarah, so they were just curious about his actions. William, in fact, thanked him. Our chances of winning were low. If you didn't do what you did, we would have lost anyway. That'd be humiliating. But now every team lost under you, we're all equal now. Ha ha ha. Isn't that more humiliating? Philia's cold eyes seemed to ask those questions, but in the end, she didn't speak. Then came the Ashtar team. Before Ashtar could even open his mouth, Mysa teleported in front of him. She looked at him with glittering eyes and said, Can we have a duel? I'll suppress my power to level 5. Varian saw the glint in her eyes and the abnormal smile on her face. He understood something. She's a combat madwoman. She'll keep pestering me. Cough cough. I really want to, but let's wait until I reach your level. We can go all out. He said with a serious expression. Just wait for a year, we'll have a hearty fight. Promise? Mysa asked with glittering eyes. And you appeared like an elegant lady in the banquet. Is this your hidden, no, is this your true side? Varian wondered, but nodded. If you still want to fight me after a year, then sure. Yay! Mysa cheered. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Have fun. Poor girl, not even in her wildest dreams did she imagine his strength after a year. Mysa didn't even look at Ashtar and Tiama as she teleported out. Varian and Ashtar stared at each other for a few seconds before Ashtar laughed and sat on the couch in front. I really like you. Varian was ready to jump off the building to escape. I want to see you fight. Ashtar said with a big grin. I thought only members fighting on Neptune frontlines were the best, but this banquet opened my eyes. There are so many stronger people. They aren't on the battlefield as much as I am, but they are as strong as me. Isn't that a good thing? Varian shrugged. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Trial is just a trial, but if our generation can make a difference in the ongoing war, I'd be happy. Ashtar said with a smile. His expression slowly darkened. I've spent most of my life on the battlefield. I made many brothers there, and also lost many. Despite how much time I spend fighting, I don't romanticize war. I don't like anyone to either. It's terrible. I hope we are the last generation to go through this. Varian didn't speak a word, but he agreed with every word. War shouldn't be romanticized. Alright, hit me up if you ever want to visit the front lines. Even though I'm a trainee in name, I do have the powers to appoint new soldiers. If you want to fight in some nasty places, then you know who to ask. Ashtar grinned. Sure. Varian nodded and exchanged contacts. The whole time, Tiama silently watched them interact. Varian could smell jealousy in the air, but he didn't say it out loud. Master, he seems a lot like you. Boo said after they left. Ashtar? Varian crossed his legs and rubbed his chin. Maybe. If I awaken normally, maybe I'd be like him. Normally? Then did you not? Forget it. Varian made a shoo gesture. Fine. Boo grumbled. Then came the Xavier team. Marcus Karen and Rhodey Nile both invited him to join their families. The promises of resources, status and connections were tempting, but Varian refused without much thinking. The two expected this and didn't say much. On the other hand, Xavier left by saying, let's see if you can reach the sovereign state first. It meant he believed both of them would reach the sovereign state, and it in itself was an acknowledgement of Varian's potential. Charles Xander never came. According to some news, he went back to Earth. Caleb didn't come either, but Helia did. I didn't think I would be seen as a prey one day, she said with a cold smile. Varian almost spurted his coffee. Did she really think she's special? Looking at her indignant face, it seemed so. Humph. But what if you win against me with those cowardly, insidious moves? You are still far weaker than me in reality. Trash. She looked at him with contempt and sneered. Varian looked at her with deadpan expression and flipped a middle finger. Now fuck off, bitch. Be bitch? Me? Helia opened her mouth and said with a shocked expression. In fact, she even went as far as to see if there's anyone else in the room that he was scolding. Indeed. Please leave or I'll throw you out. Varian waved his hand like he was swatting a fly. Helia raised her hand and the space around Varian solidified. You son of a b, slap. A loud clap rang in the room as Helia felt a burning pain on her cheek. Out. Varian spat once again. Helia raised her hands and was about to attack him, but a horrendous pressure fell on her body, freezing her on the spot. Only then did she realize the reason Varian was able to slap her. There was a high awakener helping him. Why you wait? She spat venomously and left in a huff of anger. Pa. She tripped and fell face first at the entrance, causing Varian to crack up in laughter. Arg. She growled and teleported away. This is why I don't want to use my head. It's much easier to just punch my way through. He grumbled. He wasn't worried about the consequences of slapping Helia. If anything, she acted first. Varian knew that his master would take care of the mess. As expected of myself, he must be too bored. I'm creating interesting work for him. Young master, I rejected everyone else. Richard appeared in front of him and said. HM. Thanks for the help earlier. Varian said. Richard froze her with his aura and provided Varian with an opportunity to slap her. No worries, but are you sure you want to leave your request like this? The old man asked. I wouldn't be able to win without Sarah's help. I just gave credit where it's due. Varian shrugged and leaned back in the couch. It's not like I'm losing anything. I did get the Enlightenment potion. Varian pulled out the exquisite vial and smiled. The old butler suddenly trembled and said, "Are you perhaps level 6 already?" Varian didn't answer but just laughed. "Ha ha ha. Guess." At $% Richard wanted to swear, but as a good butler, he controlled himself and sighed deeply. "I feel tired. Level 6 in first semester, thankfully, you didn't reveal it to anyone or I'd have died trying to cover up." Richard pressed his chest and felt his old heart beating in fear. Did I really scare him or what? Realizing that his old butler had heart problems, Varian didn't reveal anything else. "All right, I want to meditate for a bit," he said, implying he wanted to be left alone. Richard understood and left. Varian snapped his fingers and the couch in the room disappeared, leaving only one big central mat in the middle. Ghost ship appeared in the room and he stepped inside. As it turned invisible, various patterns on the walls lit up and the aura concentration rose. "Show me what you can do." Varian opened the vial and gulped down the potion. 1. More stamina. Any divine path used 1 aura derivative, while dual awakeners had 2 and triple awakeners had 3. This meant their stamina was double and triple. 2. Crowd fights. Depending on the dual paths, a dual awakener could form a synergy between the 2 paths and fight far more people than his equivalent 2 awakeners. For instance, a dual awakener in space and telepath paths formed a terrific synergy. The telepath powers would interfere with multiple opponents while space powers could be used to target opponents one by one. Since telepath powers weren't trying to kill off the opponents and are only trying to stall them, the consumption would be lower. This would allow the dual awakener to control the crowd and pick on the target he pleases. 3. Stronger opponents. If a space awakener wanted to attack an enemy, then using Space Blast was a good choice. The only weakness of such space blasts was their slowness. Anyone sufficiently alert and sufficiently fast could escape them. But with telepath powers, that weakness was covered up. This meant even stronger enemies could be picked up. These 3 were the primary reasons why having multiple paths was such a cool thing. But if these paths weren't balanced, then they would just become add-ons and wouldn't help much. Varian faced that situation since the beginning. But now, he had the chance to set things right. Shao. The cool liquid flowed down his throat and the rich aura quickly dissolved into the aura derivatives. Varian instinctively felt a reaction from all his divine paths. This Enlightenment potion was like pool of XP and he needed to quickly assign the XP to different paths. But there was a catch. 1 drop of liquid would provide only 1/5 the XP in level 6 as opposed to level 5. For instance, if 1 droplet gave plus 50 XP to level 5 lightning path, it'd only give plus 10 XP to level 6 body path. Originally, this wasn't a problem. After all, anyone who could win the Enlightenment potion was at the peak of level 6. They took the potion mainly to loosen the bottleneck. The few times a high level 6 won the potion, they would use it to reach peak level 6. But seriously, this much aura and they only went from high to peak level 6. Varian didn't know that the efficiency of using the potion also depended on talent. And his talent was just abnormal. Anyway, no level 5 used it until today. I don't know how helpful it'll be. Wait a minute, I also have level 4 paths, don't I? Varian thought and said, status. Body path, enhanced, level 6, 0/4000 space path level 5, 1200/2000 lightning path level 5, 0/2000 morpher path level 4, 400/1000 telepath path level 5, 0/2000 telekinetic path level 4, 0/1000. Varian squinted his eyes and tried to feel the amount of XP a droplet would give a level 4 path. His breath turned erratic as his lips curled up. If 1 drop gave plus 10 XP to level 6, then it was plus 50 XP to level 5 and plus 100 XP to level 4. Go. Varian wasted no time and directed the Enlightenment potion. Then like a tide, system notifications rang in his mind. Plus 50 XP, plus 100 XP, plus 50 XP. Varian shut them down and concentrated on the changes happening in his body. His mind was in an ethereal state, and like the famous myth of enlightenment under a tree, he felt like he could see the knowledge of his divine paths. If his progress in divine paths till now could be equated to walking in darkness by exploring the path in front bit by bit, then this enlightenment potion was like a giant light that lit up his path forward. He simply ran forward. If any genius that used enlightenment potion was here, they'd freak out. Even the best genius wasted more than 60% of the aura. In fact, the best record was only 39.9% by Sovereign Julius. Many thought the record would be broken by Charles and he'd reach at least 45%. But Varian, he was leaving no aura out. He didn't realize the effects, but the system told him long ago that his talent was changed to celestial grade. It was the grade which Roxana worked for all her life. Not counting the obvious higher rate of progress, any resource taken by these talents was also efficiently utilized by them. Varian's body started to emit various aura derivates. There were not 2 or even 3, but 5. Thankfully, Varian was now in the ghost ship and his aura fluctuations couldn't be sensed by anyone. Or if Richard did sense them, then the old man would probably suffer a cardiac arrest. The space around Varian twisted wildly. His hands turned into sharp brown branches. His legs were firmly rooted on the floor and his vitality rose tremendously. The injuries that were yet to heal from the trial were being quickly healed. At the same time, a huge potent mental force was emitted by Varian's body and it floated him into the air. The telekinetic force formed a tornado with him in the center. Boo watched in silence as its master did the impossible once again. It could feel his 5 divine paths progressing at an insane rate. Even Jai Empire can't do it. The thought involuntarily popped up in its head. Huh? Jai Empire? Who? Boo racked its brains, but all it felt was a deep-seated fear without parallel from that name. Like a good ghost, it decided to forget it. If just its vague memories evoked so much fear, then how scary was the total memory? Wait, thing is, Master is doing something even they can't do. Boo's eyes lit up and it looked at Varian with reverence. Boom. Boom. Aura exploded from Varian's body and after a while, it quieted down. Varian floated down and gently landed. Gulp. Boo felt like something changed in its master. Strength? Aura? No. The striking feeling was temperament. He seemed like a contradiction of paths. The chaotic auras were all under his order. And yet, his order only included more chaos. A small white and black light flashed around Varian and then quickly disappeared. Gulp. Gulp. This time, Boo wiped its forehead. It recognized those 2 lights. Those were the scary lights that blew up, disintegrated its celestial walls. Thankfully, they weren't activated or Boo was really afraid its spaceship would be devoured in half. Varian's eyes snapped open and the 3 avenue colors, red, blue and yellow flashed in his eyes. Enigma. Boo suddenly recalled the mysterious woman. Her eyes and hair were the mix of these 3 colors. Wait, even if she's a hybrid, what are those colors supposed to mean? And Master, just how does he do it? Awakening in 2 paths of same avenue is just impossible, arg. But he won't tell me, woo. Varian didn't know about his ghosts worried. As his eyes shone like the brightest stars, he muttered. Status. Do you want the Sarah Vanderpart to be skipped? Or do you want to hear their talk? Morpher Path Level 5, 2000/2000, plus 600, plus 2000, Telepath Path Level 5, 2000/2000, plus 2000, Telekinetic Path Level 5, 2000/2000, plus 1000, plus 2000, what the? Varian's heart stopped beating for a moment. System, are you finally broken? What the fuck are these numbers? Varian asked, his voice full of excitement but also fear of disappointment. What he was seeing surpassed his wildest expectations. This was just ridiculous. Just one potion and all his paths were on the brink of reaching level 6. Who are you kidding? Answer me. He urged the thing that stayed silent at times like this. This system cannot be broken, host. If that happens, the world as you know it will be brought down with it. Okay, stop bragging and explain my stats. Varian would have punched the system in the face if it had a physical body, but alas. This system is not bragging. It's true, Kapab. Yeah. I know. You are too OP. Now my status. Varian waved his hand and muttered. By now, a part of him was significantly relaxed. Yes, no matter what, till now, the system didn't lie. That means. What you heard from everyone is that this potion would raise the sub-level of a level 6 by 1. Low level 6, 0 to 1330 mid-level 6, 1331 to 2600 high level 6, 2601 to 3900 peak level 6, 3901 to 4000. A normal awakener only used about 40% of the potion's prowess, which amounts to around 766 to 770 XP, the slight difference due to manufacturing. Varian nodded. Inefficient use was a common problem across the Federation. Scientists had tried to solve the problem for decades before moving on. But you used almost 100% of the potion. That's why the results. Huh. But even if I use 100%, it's just too absurd. Oh wait, it's only for level 5 and level 4. Varian smashed his fist into his palm with an expression of Eureka. Can you show me the calculation? He coughed lightly and asked. After knowing the reason, he had another thought. Was this system leeching off the potion? Some novels he read during his childhood had such systems. Host, you're thinking of something rude. Me? No way. I'm an innocent fella. Did you ever see me curse someone? Varian said with an honest face. Sigh. You just cursed Helia, mocked Charles, and brought endless trouble to Evander. With what face are you calling yourself innocent? So, 40% of this potion gives 768 XP, 100% of that is 1920 XP. That's almost half of all the XP needed for a level 6. Varian didn't use the potion for his level 6 body path at all. He directed it for only level 4 and level 5. But who knew that if he used it for level 6, it'd almost be reaching the end stages of mid-level 6. Do you regret it, host? I don't. Varian shook his head. Isn't my biggest advantage over everyone my multiple paths and my fast progress speed? I want to use it properly. A low level 6 can't fight a high level 6. Even a dual awakener can't. A triple awakener with 3 low level 6 can just fight a mid-level 6. But about me? How far can I go? Very, very far. The system's voice turned ethereal for a moment before returning to mechanical. Breaking down how much XP you used for each path to reach level 5, space, lightning, morpher, telepath, telekinetic, level 5. 800 plus 2000 plus 2000 plus 2000 plus 2000 is equal to 8800 for level 5. Level 4, 000 plus 000 plus 0600 plus 000 plus 1000 is equal to 1600 for level 4. 1600 XP for level 4 is equivalent to 800 XP in level 5. So, 8800 plus 800 is equal to 9600 level 5 equivalent XP in total. 9600 XP for level 5 is equivalent to 1920 XP for level 6, which is the total amount of XP this potion provided you. Varian was silent for a moment and immediately cross-checked the calculations. Then he broke out. How the fuck did this happen? All paths stopping just before entering level 6. And this was a coincidence? It's normal. Varian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He willed it and his mental force wrapped around him, and slowly floated him in the air. Varian looked around and observed the practice room he was in. Rooms with sleek white floor and black walls. Boo, bring me dummies that can take peak level 5 and low level 6 hits. He said. Why yes, master. Boo answered with a trembling voice. A light flashed and 6 dummies, a humanoid structure build of good quality metal, appeared in front of him. They were all placed at proper distance from each other as they awaited his tests. The 3 on his left could withstand level 5 attacks and the ones on the right level 6. Varian's space sense locked on the leftmost dummy and he snapped his fingers. Caw. 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 The space around the dummy was quickly compressed. The metal dummy made creaking noises, but apart from the dents all over its body, it was fine. But the next moment, the space suddenly blasted. Boom! It cracked open like a mirror and burst apart like a bomb. Paw! 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 The metal dummy was broken into pieces and shot off in all directions. A piece flew towards Varian and landed in front of his feet. TSK. Varian clicked his tongue and couldn't help but smile. Then came the lightning bolt. Zap! The metal dummy almost melted before it broke into pieces. Morpher path. Varian's hand branch pierced through the metal. But compared to the 2 before, it was weaker. Telepath path. Varian closed his eyes and entered his palace of memories. It resembled a gigantic library and was changing every second. He ignored everything and came to a special area where fog covered a lot of memories. The fog was in fact incredibly thick mental power. Varian's mental power at the moment wasn't even 1% of it in quality. That's why he didn't choose to remove the mental power. He couldn't. He instead set his sights on the corners of the fog where the mental power was the weakest. The last time he tried, the best he did was thin the fog. But now, go. Varian's mental power entangled a small and thin portion of the fog. Wriggle wriggle, the fog wriggled and Varian felt his mental power plummeting. A sense of weakness swelled in his mind, but he didn't stop. Ha! Finally, a tiny portion of the fog was gone. Yes. Varian pumped his fist mentally. Compared to last time where the best he could do was thin the thinnest fog, this was already a good improvement. But, if he continued on, this would take around 100,000 such sessions before he could clear out the fog. And given the intensity of the fog at the center, his level 5 mental power would melt the moment it touched it. But Varian didn't worry. His telepath path was now only at the peak of level 5. Next was level 6. Then level 7. The higher his level went, the easier it was to remove the fog. And he was just getting started. His mental force squeezed the metal dummy from all sides and crushed it into a mess. Honestly, it was a bit like crumpling a paper. The paper was just a bit hard. Boo watched all this silence. It decided not to think about its master's weirdness. Who the fuck could have 5 divine paths? Wait, it was actually 6. I wonder those geniuses, no, even sovereigns will go mad if master's true capabilities are revealed. And he's getting stronger and stronger. I wonder if he'll awaken in any other path. Wait a minute. If he has so many paths as level 9, he can even fight off sovereigns. Fuck. My master is a genius. Only I know this. Even the brightest minds of the Federation don't. That means, I'm the smartest. Ha ha ha. And now, if I use them together. Varian's right hand glowed with lightning while his left hand distorted the space around him. Crackle. The level 6 dummy shook severely as the space around it blasted and lightning bolt struck it. Phew, it's still a bit short, huh? He squinted his eyes. There were burns, small holes on the dummy, but it was mostly fine. If 2 can't do, then 3. Varian grinned and added his telekinetic force. Pressing the low-level 6 metal dummy, he struck it with lightning dragons. Then he concentrated all his 3 powers onto the head of the dummy. Mental power crushed it, lightning struck it and space around it blasted. Pa. Ka. Kacha. The metal creaking got louder and louder before it stopped with a bang. Watching the result of his attack, Varian's lips curled up. The dummy's head was gone. Using his level 5 powers, he could now fight low level 6. What's more, these powers would soon advance to level 6. If have 6 low level 6, I wonder if I can fight off peak level 6 or at least high level 6. As Varian was about to practice more, Richard suddenly called out. Master, Eric wants to meet you. He's in the banquet hall. He says he got something important to tell you. Oh. Varian was surprised. Eric was the second-year supervisor. He was the guy who asked him to accumulate merit points if he wanted to find about Sia. Could it be? Varian had a bad premonition and quickly entered the banquet hall. Only half of the members were present. He found Eric in a corner and approached him. Before he could even open his mouth, Eric said, I have a bad news. There is no one called Sia. I'm sorry that your merit points are wasted. Varian facebombed internally. This man, can't you just say it in private or something? Varian didn't even need a brain to know people were spying on their conversation. Now, the name of Sia would also spread like wildfire. Are you dumb or are you dumb? He wanted to ask Eric, but before he could, Boo's voice sounded in his mind. Master, Bali is leaving for the spaceport. Thanks for the information. You really have a good social sense. Varian said sarcastically and walked out of the banquet. Eric frowned at Varian's attitude and looking around, he realized someone was spying on their conversation. Fuck. Varian informed Richard Hill's sight see some space stations around the space city and left to the spaceport. After renting a space shuttle, he flew out of the city and into the space. Boo hacked into the space shuttle's AI and controlled it. A few minutes later, Bali entered the spaceport. I don't know how long this conversation with him will take. If someone wants to meet me and find that I'm missing, it'll be a mess. It's better to pretend like I'm seeing the space stations. This space shuttle will keep traveling while I will take Ghost Ship and meet Bali. Varian waited. At the same time, he thought of Eric's words carefully. Sia was surely in the Defense Academy. Even Roxana mentioned it. That means even Eric's memory was overwritten. Sia was level 4 in first semester. It was no small achievement. But even Tutor Seth never mentioned Sia when talking about the geniuses. Even his memory was overwritten. He's a level 8. In fact, if any level 8 in the campus finds something is off, things will blow up. If Roxana was really serious about it, then even level 9s weren't spared. There's only one person who could do this. Varian's breath halted as he clenched his fists. Sovereign Creo Bell. The Sovereign in Psychic Path. At the same time, some people in the banquet hall tapped their comms and sent Eric's words to their respective powers. Far away on Mars, an old man was sitting in a garden. Cling. His comm rang and Sovereign Creo checked his comm, but I made sure to eliminate his memory completely. Just how is this possible? Ting. He received a call from Julius. Sovereign Julius, you're calling for that matter? He said lightly. Didn't you say you erased everyone's memories? Julius said with a frown. Yes. Even though it was a lot of people, I cleanly erased memories of everyone that could cause trouble. This boy Varian was included. Then how does he? I don't know. Creo Bell shrugged and his expression turned grim. But what I do know is that if he knows the whole truth, you and I will be on his kill list. I wouldn't care if it's anyone else, but this guy, he's a peak level 5 in first year. Julius snorted. I can crush him, but I just don't want extra trouble. End him. Creo tapped his chair. What about Enigma? If you do this, she threatened to kill every Xander. She was weak back then, but now, except for level 9s, she can kill everyone. And I think she'll hit level 9 soon. Julius stayed silent for a moment before he said in an icy tone. Evander hid some things. When my people captured Sia, they also investigated her relatives. This is the information a year ago. Back then, Varian wasn't an awakener. What? The old man Creo stood up in shock. But my investigation said he was secretly nurtured by Evander since childhood. A lie. Julius snorted. I forgot Varian was Sia's relative, but when the message came, I checked her files. If not for that, I'd still be in the dark. Creo fell silent as he gulped. 1 year, peak level 5. His eyes slowly turned cold. I want to capture and study him. But his corpse will do just fine. Julius cut him off. I don't want to repeat the mistake that we did with Sia. Fine. Creo muttered begrudgingly. Killing him in the city under so many level 9s is hard. I'll take care of him once he's out. But... He paused once again. Are you sure about Enigma? Yes. Julius said as a matter of fact. I don't want such a talented enemy to be alive. Even if it costs me some Xander lives, I'm sure they'd willing. Creo fell silent. Julius was more cold-hearted than he thought. Fine. I'll take care of it. After hanging up the call, he contacted a gray contact and said. Assassination. Target, Varian. They'd take the great things they were having for granted. Even though it helped them as a species, the trait was responsible for them in neglecting many precious things. For instance, peace and a white moon. After 300 YAB, dungeons appeared everywhere. At first, humans panicked, but soon, they were using dungeons to their advantage. Technology also skyrocketed during this period. The levels of awakeners rose rapidly. Exploration of ruins accelerated. And, humans found out the ruins on the other planets. After they passed a certain level in the ruins gave off a blinding light and the entire planet it was based on shook. Then before they knew it, the planets, no matter how hostile to life they were before, became habitable. It was godlike and defied every common sense. This miracle was attributed to Devis, and from then, they went from an ancient civilization before humans to ancient divinities that lived before us. The solar colonization then began in earnest and Earthlings spread all over the solar system. Soon, scientists made enough progress to use the special treasures found in ruins and made Earth's moon habitable. The moon was soon home to 100 million humans. And your great-grandmother were one of them. Of course, you might have heard of her title, Selene. Evander said with a smile as he gently stroked Sarah's head. Sarah closed her eyes and nodded with a smile. She missed this. Missed her father. Missed the person who brought her up. He was her hero. Now she just wanted to feel the warmth of his gentle hands. But she couldn't help but ask. Great-grandmother Selene? I thought she was just a legend. Sarah muttered. Some things were exaggerated, but it's her. She lost her family when Abyssals attacked the moon. She escaped to Earth and grew stronger. To be honest, those days were the darkest humanity ever experienced. But she fought a stronger enemy and never wavered. She was a little girl when the war started, but when it ended, she was already a woman in her 30s. Evander sighed deeply. Wow. Sarah opened her mouth in surprise. After all, the latest war in her mind was Pluto War. It didn't even last for a month. Ha ha ha. Evander couldn't help but laugh at her dumbfounded appearance, causing Sarah to snort. She must have looked like a child. I was just surprised. Yes. Father. I thought it's only Varian, now you too. She stopped midway, seeing Evander frowning. What about him? He too teases me like this. I really want to beat him up. Sarah said with an angry expression, but the small smile on her face showed she wasn't angry at all. Who was she trying to kid? My daughter is all ready. Evander's eyes lost focus as he muttered like a broken record. Evander felt like his heart was crushed to pieces. This disciple. Arg. My baby daughter. She called me father just a few years ago. I sent her to school only like yesterday. She hasn't grown up yet. No. This won't work. I must save my daughter from this rascal disciple. Since he's troubling you, I'll ask him to stay away from you. Evander said with a serious face. Yes. It's definitely for her. Not because he's worried that his daughter would go away. After all, their relationship only mended right now and he didn't want to lose Sarah. No. Sarah suddenly yelled, and after realizing her reaction, she blushed fiercely. I mean, he's not troubling me. I can talk to him freely without worrying what he will think of me, and you know, unlike others, he didn't approach me to get closer to you or grandfather. Sarah recalled her first meeting with Varian and smirked. He was late to the opening ceremony and you find all his merit points. I should have taken pictures of him, he. Evander clutched his heart as he saw that smile on Sarah's face. He knew it too well. His wife, Saliva, had the same smile when she talked about him. Gone. Gone. That bastard stole my daughter from me. I wanted to tell her a lot of stories. I wanted to recount her childhood days, the first time she called me father. Evander slumped on the couch and looked like a fish out of water. He realized a truth. Life had no meaning without your cute and innocent daughter. Father? Sarah poked Evander's arm and asked. Are you thinking about something important? Should I leave? No. Evander quickly woke up from his stupor and shook his head. You are more important to me than this work, daughter. He added inside. Way more important than that stupid disciple. Sarah trembled at his direct words. How much she wished to hear that. I am glad I could speak to you like this. Sarah said in a low voice, her eyes reddening with each passing second. She turned around, and with her back facing Evander, she said. I know you want to avenge Mom and brother. But, you stopped talking me to altogether. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. I cried every day. I would check my comm every hour to see if you messaged me. I wasn't expecting anything big. Just, how are you, Sarah? Did you eat? How is school? But I learned to live with that pain. I didn't speak as much, I didn't smile a lot, I somehow just wanted to hear something from you. Evander looked at Sarah's trembling shoulders and felt like someone knocked the air out of his lungs. He opened his mouth, but no words came out except. Sorry. You should be. Sarah wiped her tears and turned around. She gave Evander a tissue who took with confusion. Tissue, why? Evander felt the wetness on his cheeks and turned around. He felt like burying himself in a hole right now. He cried. A grown man cried. The fiercest general of the solar system cried. Evander Steelheart cried. That too in front of his daughter. Arg. Varian, it's all your responsibility. He threw it all on his poor disciple. Evander was dumbfounded. Was this really his daughter? Did Anna ask you to say this? He wondered. But she wouldn't go so far. And no. It's Varian. Sarah admitted, her face blushing even more. He said you're a T-Tsundere and I should ask you to be honest or our relationship would be long enough to be a 5-year running drama. Crack. Evander cracked the high-end tea table as his face twitched multiple times. Tsundere? Me? Also, what the fuck did he mean by drama? He too watched those shows with Sarah when she was a kid. How could he not know the meaning? I'm gonna beat him up. Evander stood up and raced to the door. Wait. Sarah panicked. He looked like he was really gonna beat him up. Evander didn't stop and was about to open the door. Father. If you beat him, I won't talk to you anymore. Sarah threatened. This too, she learned from Varian. Varian didn't just send a message to Evander, he also sent one to Sarah. If Master wants to beat me, I'll die. Oh beautiful, kind-hearted, graceful, cheerful, I'm running out words, but anyway, I'm entrusting my life to you. If he really wants to beat me, say things like, I'll hate you if you do that, I won't talk to you anymore. Improvisations are advised. Act with spontaneity. Oh, and put on a sad expression. Yours truly, an innocent disciple. That was Varian's master plan to save his ass. And it worked. Sarah. Evander turned around and saw Sarah's sad face. She looked at him with red eyes and she seemed to be hurt. Evander clutched his heart again. This time, it was a KO. Bastard. Now my daughter won't even let me hit you. This is so unfair. I was joking. Evander laughed nervously. He didn't want to sadden her. Looking at her sad face only hurt him. Really, you won't beat Varian? Sarah asked with a pitiful face. Really? Evander nodded. Yay. Sarah's pitiful expression disappeared and she smiled brightly. Why, you were acting? Evander felt like he was getting to know his daughter once again. No. Sarah realized she slipped up and put on a sad expression once again. Evander wasn't buying it, but he couldn't bear to see her sad face. He sighed deeply. Forget it. Forget it. I know it must be him. But I won't beat him. Sarah looked at him apologetically. Varian seems to be very afraid of you. If you beat him, I think he'll be traumatized. What? That bastard? After calling me Tsundere, aren't I traumatized? Evander wanted to yell, but to protect his father image in front of Sarah, he simply nodded. Let's not bring him up. Evander said. I doubted if a person can really cough out blood in anger, but one more word about him and I will. All right, I'll be honest. I'm not a T-Tsundere. He stood up and patted her head. I'm proud of you and I love you. Don't feel inferior because you're a dual awakener. Who knows, we might just find something in the ruins that will let a dual awakener advance to sovereign state. You have 30 to 40 years to think about it anyway. Sarah felt like a weight on her chest vanished. She felt relieved. And that stupid disciple of mine, he'll reach sovereign or I'll whip him. Evander grinned widely when said whip. Sarah was silent. Unlike him, she knew that Varian also awakened in space path. Even though he told her that dual awakeners could also reach sovereign state, she never heard or saw anything to support that claim. While she didn't think he was lying to her, she had her doubts on his source of information. Maybe someone lied to him? I felt bad for losing. Sarah looked up at Evander. Before Evander could console her, she smiled. But not anymore. In fact, I'm glad I lost. Her smile deepened and she said in a sweet voice. Varian, he really cares about me. Thank you. Cough, cough, cough. Evander coughed exaggeratedly. That bastard. If he really cares about you, he should have given you the Enlightenment potion too. Evander wasn't going to praise Varian. Never. Isn't he a good person, father? Sarah flashed an innocent smile at Evander, catching him off guard. Why yes, I mean, he has several questionable qualities that make me wonder if I should lock him up somewhere, but he's really a good person. He said. I want him to meet Sia too. He reminds me of her, maybe that's why I talked to him first, but now I realize they're very different, in a good way. Sarah muttered. Sia? Which Sia? Evander arched his brow. You asked me to search for someone with that name last year, right? Sarah sighed lightly. She knew where this was going. Sarah, there is no one with the name of Sia registered last year or even the year before that. I checked even the secret files. The psychics said your memory isn't altered, but hallucinations are possible. I'm sorry, because of me, you had to face such things, he apologized. Sarah's eyes dimmed. This was the reason she didn't bring up Sia. It was treated as a mental illness. An illusion. One day, Sia was with her and the next day, she vanished. Everyone around her forgot her. There were no traces of her. It was like she never existed. Sarah kept searching for her, but with no traces of her existence, it was futile. The psychics even wanted to erase her memory of Sia, but she opposed them. In the end, she occasionally went to the dungeons they both entered as Team Sayara. Virgin Dungeon was one of them. She wanted to talk about this to Varian, but in the end she refrained. Will he also think I'm mentally ill? But where is Sia? It's because of her my talent improved, but I can't reveal it or she'll be in danger. In the end, she decided to leave it to fate. Now that I think about it, do you want me to find a psychic to erase those memory? Cling. Cling. Suddenly, Evander's and Sarah's comm rang. Varian's space shuttle was destroyed by Shadow Order. He is no more. What? Ringing. A blue light flashed and an alarm bell went off. The emergency department of the space station was informed immediately. Huh. The man in charge, a level 8, looked at the holograph in his comm and gaped. Motherfuckers. Flames engulfed his body and he shot out into the space. Even if he thought with his knees, he knew these intruders were up to no good. He needed to stop them in time or his little space station's funds would be cut. Arg. But he was only a level 8. He was too slow. Please be safe. Please be safe. The station manager muttered as he sped up towards Varian's space shuttle. The object of his prayer, Varian however looked at the incoming space shuttles with a rather disinterested expression on his face. He was seated on a black throne and kept tapping the armrest while muttering, "TCH. Master, the probability of high awakeners being in that ship are less than 8%. Boo informed with a grave expression. Varian looked at his ghost AI and stopped tapping the armrest. Do you remember how accurate your predictions are? Back in the vanished dungeon, Boo predicted a couple of things, all of which went wrong. But that's only 2 things. Boo tried to defend itself, but Varian waved his hands. Forget your algorithm, use common sense sometimes. His lips curled up. Sovereign Creo, and if I'm not wrong, even Sovereign Julius should have heard Eric talking to me about Sia. Then with their network, it wouldn't be hard to investigate my request for being the first was to find Sia. They'll also deduce I didn't lose the memory like they intended to. I know that already. So they'll send low-level SXS to fight you and at most mid-level 6. Boo puffed out its chest and replied with a smug smile. It seemed to be saying, "Hey, I'm smart and all, you know. Come praise me. Why in the name of heavens would they send level SXS? Varian looked at the little ghost with pity. Sure enough, it had brain problems. After all, part of its brain was missing. Boo made a confused expression. Isn't that what villains do? I've been reading manga, you can't fool me. Villains will always send mobs just a bit stronger than hero. Then hero wins, levels up, and then they'll send slightly stronger mobs. When hero finally catches up to them, villains will say, Boo put on a black face mask and sat on a dark red chair. With a deep and ferocious voice, it said, "Just how did you grow up? From a nobody in the novice village to challenging me? Humph. But it doesn't matter. Not like I'm gonna write a biography having my mistakes to help my successors. All that matters now is, even if you came here beating all the mobs and even if I'm only slightly stronger than you, you die." Mwahaha. Listening to Boo's maniacal laughter, Varian realized it might have gone insane. I wonder if technocrats can heal your mania? Varian muttered and used his authority over the ghost ship. Technically, he was the owner. A black light flashed and Varian was in the ghost ship in an instant. A moment later, the space shuttle was covered by a huge lightning net. Some parts of the space shuttle touched the lightning and melted away in seconds. Rumble. The space shuttle's systems flashed an emergency red and a scorching fire lotus attacked the space shuttle's engine. Boom. The temperature rose uncontrollably and the space shuttle's emergency protocol urged to Varian to leave via the emergency space pods. If he actually did that, he'd be fried by the lightning net. Thankfully, Varian wasn't Boo. He shrunk the size of Ghost ship and it shot from an entrance created by melted metal. Without delay, the intruders outside hurled 3 large red boxes towards the space shuttle. Right after, their space shuttles dashed out at full speed. What happened? The station manager muttered as he was only a few dozen miles away from the space shuttle. He sensed an uncontrollable power and quickly shot to the space shuttle. The broken, burning space shuttle. Maybe if I can still save. The space suddenly shook and a bright red light bloomed into existence, melting down the space shuttle in its wake. Boom! The station manager was hit by the shock waves, but he wasn't harmed in the slightest. The only thing that changed was his expression. Level 7 explosives? He was surprised. They were hella expensive. Just who did this man provoke? I hope I don't get caught up. He sighed and slowly approached the site. The space shuttle was no more. All that was left was molten metal. Ah. Whatever. He looked into the distance and saw patrol ships approaching the site. Unlike him, they were from the Infinity City. After scanning the site with the best sensors they had and with the macro-kinetic using her mind sense, they confirmed one thing. The person inside was dead. The station manager was taken to Infinity City to report what he witnessed. On the way, he asked the head of the patrol squad, a level 8 extreme awakener. Who died? Level 7 explosives aren't easy to find. Even for him, they were rare. The patrol head knit his brows for a moment and finally sighed. You'll know, no, the whole Federation will know by tomorrow. It's the winner of this year's solar trial. He is rumored to be the best genius of the solar system, rivaling Charles and according to some, even surpassing him. The disciple of General Evander Steelheart, Varian was killed. The station manager opened his mouth in shock. Far away, Ghost ship trailed in black-red space shuttle. Varian didn't care about the death people believed. He rolled his eyes at Boo's stuttering. But that's not how villains are supposed to behave. They sent level 7s to attack you. They even used level 7 bombs. Is my life a lie? Not everyone is an idea. Varian said and ignored it. He got important things to do. Inform Bali how to reach sovereign state as a dual awakener. For that, he needed to learn how a dual awakener becomes a sovereign first. System. Floating in the dark space, were 3 shining crystal roads of sorts. If he had to describe them, they were like a massive prism. Each of the 3 prism faces was one of the roads. The roads glowed with red, blue and yellow. From the last time, Varian knew they were the literal manifestation of the divine paths. And this road was called an avenue. For instance, the yellow road was called Sage Avenue. It was divided into 3 lanes. The lanes represented body path, mind path and morpher path respectively. Usually, these lanes were unlit. But if you awakened in these paths, they would lit up. Just like now, across the 3 avenues, 6 lanes were lit up. On each of the lanes was a white sphere called Origin. If the lanes were divine paths and the road was avenue, then the Origin was a representation of himself. In gaming analogy, they were like maps he had to explore while Origin being his character position. Host, you awakened in 6 paths so far. System said, drawing Varian's focus onto the avenues. He had 4 on the yellow, sage path, body, mind, morpher. How did mind have 2? Well, each lane had a black line representing a level. After reaching the 3rd black line, that is level 3, the mind lane was split into 2. Telepath. Telekinetic. Both of these were lit up for Varian. At the same time, lightning of Red Road and space of Blue Avenue were also lit up. You shouldn't be able to access the divine view until you reached level 9, but anyway, the reasoning is fairly simple. Huh. Varian waited for it to continue. Varian felt the view shake, and the next moment, he found himself staring at the uncharted territory. He came to the end of the road. In front of him was pitch darkness. His origin was far behind. Varian looked back and saw a line some distance away from the end of the road. That must be level 9 entry. That meant end of the road was peak level 9? He asked. Yes. At peak level 9, origin would be on the edge of the road. Next is the important step. Binding. This needs both internal and external efforts. Of course, geniuses can do the internal step unconsciously. But most need to know what to do. Let's say you're a normal awakener with a single path. After reaching peak level 9, your origin reaches the end of the road. Now, you need to sense your origin and gain some degree of control over it. Then after gaining control, you need to bind the origin to the divine path. Visually, it's just making the floating origin land on the road. What's actually happening is that the closer your floating origin comes to the avenue, the deeper the connection. Your affinity increases drastically. What happens when the origin touches the road, avenue? They're bound together. Your affinity improves. And the divine path extends forward. Your origin also takes a step forward and enters the celestial rank. Varian rubbed his chin and asked in an incredulous tone. So I just need to gain some control over origin and I'm a sovereign? That sounds too easy. It is anything but easy. Of course, given your talent, you have it easier than others. But think of it as something equivalent to controlling your involuntary body reactions a normal person. What? Controlling your heartbeat, blood flow and breathing rate as a normal person? Is that even possible? Level 9s have the divine vision, but most cannot control their origin. It's incredibly hard. But once you gain control, you become sovereign. And the closer you bring it to the avenue, the harder it becomes to go further. That's why some sovereigns are stuck. The final step, touching the avenue with origin, is the hardest. Varian looked at the distance between origin and avenue. It was around 100 cm. How hard could that be? Sovereigns typically move 0.1 millimeters, 0.2 millimeters with each try. And it only gets harder and harder. And 100 centimeters is 1,000 millimeters. Varian shut up promptly. He knew how a single path awakener became a sovereign and then a celestial ranker, but what about dual awakeners and triple awakeners? Their situation is a bit special. System started and Varian was sent back from the edge of the road to his current level. 5 origins stood just before level 6 line while 1 stood after level 6 line. Dual awakeners awaken in 2 paths. So, their origin simultaneously exists above 2 paths. But there is only one origin. Then how can it exist above 2 paths simultaneously? Origin isn't exactly a physical entity. Think of it like memory. A memory can exist in 2 heads at once. But origin isn't exactly an idea either. It's unique. You can think of it like origin splitting its existence into 2. But make no mistake, each of the origin above the 2 divine paths is one origin. What the fuck was that supposed to mean? Varian was confused. Was this the same stuff he heard during his quantum mechanics class? Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much. Anyway, dual awakeners can reach peak of level 9 without any problems. But then, they need to bind their origin to the avenue. Here comes the problem, one origin can only be bound to one avenue. If you try to form bonds with 2 avenues at once, you'll make no progress. Oh. Varian nodded in understanding. But haven't other dual awakeners tried to make bond with just avenue? They have. But even then, origin is also on another path. It becomes impossible to form a bond. To start a bond, they need to bring the second origin to the avenue they want to form the bond with. For example, if you're a space and fire awakener, and you want to be a sovereign of space path, since being both is impossible. So, you have to bring the origin floating above the fire path to space path. Then these origin will seem to merge visually. In essence, the fire path gets locked. You cannot progress on it anymore. You are now treated as a single path awakener. Just follow the normal steps and you'd be a sovereign. I see. So no one knew that they had to merge the origins. Humans are still new. So, there aren't many dual peak level 9 to begin with. All of them are assigned with important duties. They wouldn't dare to try play with their origins. Indeed. But now, Bali can set an example. Varian sighed. Even though he'll lose a path, he can still be a sovereign. Suddenly, Varian's eyes widened and he asked. What about me, system? Would I also other paths when I need to be a sovereign? Normally, reaching sovereign in 2 paths with 1 origin is impossible and unheard of. But host, you, have a chance to do the impossible. Varian felt a weight on his shoulders without knowing. He needed to figure this out. If he couldn't, he would waste all his other divine paths and become a normal sovereign. But if he could find a way, then Varian didn't dare to imagine his strength. By now, he already had 6 divine paths. Perhaps he might awaken in 1 or 2. Imagine a sovereign of 8 divine paths. He'd sweep the floor with all Abyss Kings with 1 hand. Fuck it. I'll find a way. Varian clenched his fist and decided. Wait, I already have a head start. He suddenly realized. 1 origin will only bind to 1 avenue. But 1 avenue contained 3 or more divine paths. That means, even if he bounded his origin to Sage Avenue, then his origin is only bound to Sage Avenue. But Sage Avenue has body path, mind paths, and morpher path. Others would be satisfied with this already, but Varian wasn't. Why settle? I don't want to settle. I want them all. He was determined. After a while, he calmed down and willed to leave. The view changed and Varian was back in the ghost ship. Boo greeted him. Phew. You woke up. Bali will reach Mars in 10 minutes. When are you going to talk to him? Now. With a wave of his hand, a golden throne adorned with ancient runic drawings appeared behind him. He sat on the throne with crossed legs and supported his chin on his hand as it laid on the armrest. He looked lazy, mysterious yet equally dangerous. Boo, is it done? He asked in a bone-chilling voice. Don't scare me like that. Boo stuttered. When you enter this role, I feel like... Feel like what? Feel like being your true self, Boo said and asked a question that bothered it for a while now. Master, if you can strategize so well, why did you never do it before? Boo's curiosity was evident in its tone. Its master's performance in the solar trial blew away its mind. Was he really a genius? This battle maniac? Varian's eyes narrowed as his face under the mask stiffened for a split second. I was an unawakened a year ago. No matter what strategies I can plot, without sufficient strength to back them up, they're all futile. Even in the trial, if I didn't have the minimum strength, all my plans would be futile. He answered in a careless tone, but his eyes were deadly serious. No wonder, except for being good at battle tactics, I always thought you were an idiot. Boo honestly confessed, causing Varian to grip the armrest tighter. Ka. The armrest creaked, startling Boo. Master, calm down. We don't have too many good-looking chairs. Contact Bali already. Varian face-bombed. I'm doing it. His space shuttle's AI is more resilient. I don't want to destroy it, I just want to shut it down. I'll slow down the shuttle and shut it down temporarily. Give me a few minutes. Boo said, and a huge blue screen popped up in the air. Bali's space shuttle in the distance slowed considerably. As they weren't near any reference point, and his AI didn't prompt him, Bali didn't notice the strangeness. Before he was going to talk to Bali, Varian asked the system a few more questions. Isn't dual awakening a curse? It's a handicap if you have to take both paths to peak level 9 only to abandon one. Varian said with a frown. Where was equality of opportunity? The system might have remained silent normally, but today, it seemed to have extraordinary patience as it explained. Dual awakeners need not get both their paths to peak level 9 to advance to sovereign. They can ditch a path and take the route of a single path. But humans find this difficult to do. Your civilization is still too young. And dual awakeners isn't a curse. If you don't want to expend time on the second path, you can discard it early on. But geniuses of higher civilizations don't do that. They take it to the end of level 9 without wasting much time. How? They'll forcibly upgrade this one path through treasures, but as a consequence, it gets harder and harder to advance in that path. In the end, reaching celestial rank in that path becomes impossible. But at the same time, they'd have diligently progressed in the main path in which they can advance to celestial rank. This filled-up path will be discarded and the proper path will be used for celestial rank. Filling up doesn't cost an awakener a lot of time, but it's relatively expensive. Of course, true powerhouses actually diligently practice both paths. Why do they not just discard? Because if you reach a very, very high level, the peak of celestial ranks, all the experience in this other avenue will be useful to you. In fact, it's recommended you experience other avenues as well. What better way than to review your own second divine path? Varian was blown away by the answer. In the end, it was only humanity's problem. They were too young. Too weak. Too ignorant. Being a dual awakener human in our era sucks. Varian maintained a minute of silence for all human dual awakeners. But maybe he could change it. There is one more possibility for an awakener to be celestial in two paths. Hybrid. Hybrid? Sia. This system was sealed away thousands of years ago. Even the latest information known by the system is very old. A few thousand years ago, hybrids were still a budding concept. This system isn't omniscient. It has its blind spots. But theoretically, hybrids have more than one origin. A hybrid with two origins can also awaken in two paths, but they're fundamentally different from dual awakeners. Because they have two origins, they can bind an origin each to an avenue. This system doesn't know what stage the top civilizations have reached in hybrids at present. Varian's brows knit together as he thought hard about the implications. Wait, if Sia admittedly is a hybrid, then who are her parents? Can humans really give birth to hybrids? Varian sighed and shook those thoughts out of his mind. To him, it didn't matter much if she was a hybrid or not. All he cared was finding her and making up to her. And it wasn't bad if hybrids existed. It'd be less fun if he encountered celestial rankers of only one path. The system said long ago that he was beyond the hybrids. So, he wasn't worried about meeting a monster like himself. But knowing the system wasn't omniscient was a relief. He'd surely be troubled if an all-knowing being was with him all day. So, there's a chance that I might find a way to make dual awakeners get to celestial rank with one origin. I must do it for myself anyway. Only time will tell. But divine paths aren't fully explored yet. Master. Master. Varian snapped out of his thoughts due to Boo's calls. Bali is online. Should I start? Varian adjusted his posture. He leaned back into the throne, adjusted special lighting, and nodded. A few thousand miles away, Bali was already feeling that something was off. He was about to contact others when a hologram suddenly popped up in his space shuttle. A man in white clothes was leisurely seated on a golden throne. His eyes stared at the dual peak level 9 awakener. Bali, age 90. You believe you are destined to be stopped before the sovereign state. I am Dreamer, and I like to screw with destiny. I am here to give you a chance. A chance that can turn your beliefs upside down. A chance to make your wildest dream come true. A chance to make you a sovereign. He was one of those people that wouldn't be scared even if Abyss King came. You are the dreamer? Kiki. Bali chuckled. He was curious. Very, very curious. Who the fuck was this guy? What was his purpose? Was he running a shady company or something? Otherwise, why give such an absurd promise? Letting a dual awakener reach sovereign state. He wasn't a child to be fooled. No. Even children knew better than to trust a suspicious-looking man's words. I feel pity. Dreamer didn't confirm his identity and went on in a pitying tone like one would comfort a sad child. You are so talented, so hardworking, so loyal, yet a factor you outside your control became an obstacle you could never cross. Crack. Bali clenched his fists together. Just for a moment, he was angry. Not because of his words, but his tone. He was being pitted. I lived all my life and only sought results. I appreciated the ones that appreciated me, I respected the ones that gave me respect, but pity. I don't want it. Keep that pity to yourself and get out of my spaceship, Bali said in a calm yet indisputable voice. You didn't believe my words, did you? Dreamer shook his head. He seemed to be utterly disappointed and also a bit sad. Unlike you who has the power but shrinks responsibility, I have work to do, Bali said with a piercing gaze. He hated people who evaded the responsibility that came with their power. And Dreamer, he had great powers, but what responsibility did he bear? Ignorance is bliss. You cannot even begin to comprehend what I'm doing. Dreamer laughed lightly. Bali was taken aback and a seed of doubt was planted in his mind. I can't verify or strike off his words. But an awakener of this capability must be doing something instead of wasting their time. Still, Bali didn't care. He walked to a compartment, wore his armor, and said without any change in expression. Good luck convincing other people. I got work. Lots of it. The banquet was nice, but now I'll need to work overtime. Dreamer was silent as he watched the exit to the space shuttle open. Bali already realized the space shuttle was under Dreamer's control. The guy fricking hacked it. But so what? He could travel through space. As he was about to step out, Dreamer's voice sounded again. I heard your conversation with the little guys. He said, and a recording started playing. The voice and the words froze Bali. The voice, it was his voice. And those were his heartfelt words. I can't make it to Sovereign after all. But over the years, many who could make it died. So, sometimes I wonder, what if it was me who died? What if they lived? Would humanity have another sovereign? Would the war end? Would peace finally ensue? Listening to those words he said to Varian and Sarah, Bali's body trembled as his chest heaved up and down. Every word came from the depth of his soul and resonated with him on a deeper level. You. Bali suddenly didn't know what to say. You didn't die. You are alive. Life or fate or karma, whatever it is. It's on your side. It chose you over your dead comrades. Perhaps one of them could have achieved the sovereign state. You believe you live in their stead and memory, shouldn't you at least try? Dreamer's words pierced his heart like a needle. Yes, my life was saved by countless people. If they didn't choose me over their own life, I'd be long dead. My seniors, my master, my colleagues, too many people sacrificed themselves for me to be alive. Now, I also have the chance to do something they would have done if they were alive. Explain. Bali sighed and looked at the hologram once again. He could only see Dreamer's eyes, but Bali felt boundless confidence from those eyes. It was as if his every action was anticipated his every action. Those eyes didn't change from the beginning. Bali dismissed them as arrogant when he first saw Dreamer, but only now did he begin to slowly realize the truth. You know how a normal peak level 9 goes to Sovereign. You just have an extra step, that is. Varian explained the ins and outs patiently. Bali thought for a few minutes and muttered with a frown. I'm not sure if this is going to be harmful. Merging origins? Never heard of it. What if I die and my squad loses its head? The planetoid I'm guarding, the patrol duties I take. One by one, his duties popped up in his mind. All those thoughts tried to persuade him. It was a risky, foolish endeavor. If he was killed, then the army would suffer a significant loss. A peak level 9 awakener was no joke. But is that all? Bali asked. He wasn't going to risk it foolishly, but he decided to at least know the damn thing before making a decision. Heh. Dreamer smiled lightly and said. Controlling origin just by yourself is incredibly hard. Have an external stimulation, use it to sense the origin, and build a connection. Bali squinted his eyes and nodded. External changes could cause internal changes. After all, if an awakener advanced from level 8 to level 9, origin moved on the divine path. In a sense, external and internal are connected. Internal cannot be accessed or changed easily, but external, he has more control over his external reality. Dreamer tapped his armrest and continued in a casual tone. Since you're a dual awakener in fire and space paths, pick something that's extremely stimulating. You must have done it already, but this time, focus on bringing one of the origins towards the other. Relatively, it's very easy. You aren't connecting to the origin, you are just willing the origins to merge. Then, use the external stimulation and you're good to go. Dreamer concluded and leaned back into his throne. Bali remained stranded as he thought hard. As Dreamer said, the only thing that mattered was external stimulation. The more the better. If he chooses fire, then the best place is obviously Fire Abyss Hell Zone. But practicing there was impossible. So the only option was to dive into one of the suns. But there's a problem during Blink, the sun split into two and created a chaotic aura cluster in the middle. It severely affected the fire mana. Thus, it might be counterproductive and he would likely be subjected to danger. That left him with Space Path. If he took Space Path, he'd need a place of extreme space stimulation. There were only two no areas he knew of. A special region in the hollow abyss, impossible for practice. The boundary between outer space and inner space. What are inner and outer spaces? If the universe could be treated as a small sphere with a big sphere covering it, they're living in the outer, bigger sphere, outer space. The smaller sphere was inner space. There's a vast gap between this smaller sphere and the larger sphere. The smaller sphere is surrounded by special space fluctuations called layers. Layers are like the official boundaries of the smaller sphere. Once you reach level 7, you can enter the layer. At sovereign state, you're on the verge of breaking out of the layers and entering the inner space. Why are these considered good places for space stimulation? Because the space between smaller and larger spheres is hyperactive. Even more importantly, the space in the layers is incredibly chaotic. If he could stay inside the layers, Bali would get all the stimulation he'd need. It's the best solution, but there's a problem again. Space tends to push everyone out to outer space. Even a peak level 9 can't resist that push for a long time and eventually needs to come back to outer space. But there's a way to circumvent this problem. Space stones. If he had many space stones, he could use them and stay in the layers for longer. Bali's eyes flashed a myriad of emotions before they burned with resolution. He decided to try. His only worry was that he might end up hurting his origin. But what if he succeeded and became a sovereign? The rewards are too huge to not risk at all. If he was a sovereign, he could end up bringing the much-needed peace. This might as well be the final year of Abyssals. Of course, he was still cautious. He decided to make an alert mechanism. If he failed due to hurting his origin, he'd inform the world about the harm of this method and personally hunt Dreamer. But, he hoped it'd work. If he could be a sovereign. You will be a sovereign, Dreamer said with a smile as if reading his mind. Looking at the gleaming confidence in Dreamer's eyes, Bali felt like he was being infected too. Maybe he would be a sovereign, maybe. He looked at Dreamer with a complex expression and said, I don't know if it's all a lie, but all my life, I struggled. I am going to struggle now too. I will give it a try. If it shows even the tiniest of results, I'll procure every space stone I could and hit the sovereign state. Ha ha ha. Dreamer simply laughed. Bali waited until the laughter quietened down and asked, So, what do you want in exchange? Dreamer fell silent for a while before he tilted his head. Nothing much, I just hate Shadow Order. Whenever I find one of their bases, give me a hand and slaughter those bugs. Bali shook his head. That's my duty. I'll do it regardless. You can ask for a favor, never mind, take this. He retrieved a metal badge from his storage ring. It was a dark red badge with silver edges. If I become a sovereign, then I'll fulfill any 3 favors you seek as long as it doesn't go against humanity and my dignity. He threw the badge into outer space. I hope you aren't too late. Dreamer's eyes glowed. Or I'd be a sovereign first. Go. He signaled to Boo and waved his hand. Bali's space shuttle shot out towards Mars. And soon, the metal badge that was previously drifting in the space was dancing on his palm. Then shortly, the reporters joined, followed by spectators. The most active were the juniors of level 5 and level 6. They didn't even care about the potential danger and spectated from a distance. The princes and princesses of level 7 and level 8 also joined. Them joining proved this was no small matter. There were 2 core issues too big to be ignored. 1. The target was Varian, arguably the best genius of his generation, even a bit higher than Charles. His renting the space shuttle was confirmed to be an abrupt decision. So, the mastermind was actually in the city, following Varian's every movement. 2. He was assassinated just in front of Infinity City. This was a loud slap on their faces. If the enemies could blatantly kill others in the backyard of Infinity City, who could feel secure? If Varian's popularity was responsible for 50% of the audience, the remaining 50% were here to question the breach of security. They needed an explanation and a promise. There were many who came for Varian and also for security. Ari was one of those many. I can't believe this, Ari said with a blank face. She was watching the site from a space shuttle from afar. There were several holograms in her space shuttle, connecting her to others in her circle. Varian, is he really gone? Her best friend brought up the name and in an instant, the group chat exploded. Who killed him? Hey! Are you sure he's dead? Well, the man was burnt to ashes. Heck! Even ashes aren't left. He's just erased out of existence. A boy adjusted his glasses and said. Somehow, others could feel a trace of complacency in his tone. Their impression of him worsened. Even Ari, who bore a grudge against Varian, felt disgusted. He broke down her pride twice. She acknowledged his strength and his victory made her realize his genius. Thus, despite wanting to go get back at Varian for knocking her out in the trial, Ari never wished for him to die. She even wanted to find him again for a duel. This time, not to win, but to learn. She never thought she'd think like this, but she respected someone other than her brother for the first time. But alas. Ridiculous. Ashtar gritted his teeth as he stared at the debris on the hologram. He could already guess the explosives used for this assassination. They were strictly forbidden. He even knew how strict Infinity City's security was. Any space shuttle would have to pass through at least 3 security barriers. So, just how did those assassins get in with the weapons? They weren't from the inside. From the video recordings, that much was clear. They somehow bypassed the mechanisms and sneaked in. A thought struck his mind and Ashtar's eyes widened. Crack. The armrest of his chair broke as his venomous voice roared. Traitors. Traitors. Every expert concluded, and their gaze narrowed. Not just any traitor, but someone of a high ranking. Everyone was angry and furious, but one person didn't move at all. "Oh, old man, don't die." Xander patted his old friend. He tried to console, but only a sigh came out. Richard was one of the first to arrive. A few minutes passed, but he stood frozen like a statue. Even his breathing came to a halt as his face turned ashen. His eyes completely lost focus, and from time to time, his teeth chattered. Others couldn't hear it, but Xander clearly could. "Why, young master? Young master. Master." Xander clenched his fists and turned his head away in frustration. Xanders were now in a confrontational relationship with the military, but that was only since Julius came to power. For most of his and Richard's lives, Xander and the military worked closely. Thus, they formed a bonding from early childhood. They lost friends, families, progeny, only their friendship remained. But now, one of the friends was on the verge of breaking apart. Eve tapped his calm and said in a grave tone, "Search. Use all our resources. Find the motherfucker who had the galls to do." The space suddenly trembled, prompting Eve to look up. Wah! From the sight, a huge pressure effused. Interweaved in that pressure was the killing intent to slaughter every being. It was like higher gravity on drugs. The High Awakeners were fine, but the level 5s and level SXS fainted. It didn't matter that, unlike the High Awakeners, the level 5s and level SXS were in their spaceships. Only those far away managed to be conscious. "Report to me in 10 minutes. A chilly voice came from the source of the pressure, and the personnel nodded. Evander stood at the site as he silently waited. He had lots of work, but everything could wait. No. Everything else must wait. "Varian, what is happening?" Shortly after, his comm rang. "We chased the assassin space shuttles, they blew themselves up in the end." Evander read the message and snorted in anger. His pitch-black eyes turned blood red, and a monstrous wave of killing intent leaked out of his body. The level 6 Awakeners watching him from the far distance instinctively turned away instinctively. Only High Awakeners could stare at him. It wasn't a pleasant sight though. He looked like a ghost that crawled out from hell. Even level 7s felt a sense of dread in their hearts. Their backs were already drenched in sweat. Even the level 8s had sweat rolling down their foreheads. Only the few level 9s were unfazed. However, they too maintained a safe distance from Evander. "What if he loses control and attacks me?" the level 9s all thought. Unknown to anyone, one person was completely unbothered by Evander's pressure. It was a woman with completely normal features. With an average face, average body, and even more average temperament, she was the kind of girl everyone neglected. She stared at the site where Varian was supposed to have died. Her eyes flashed with intense light, and slowly her eyes began to turn bloodshot. She bit her lips to not scream out the pain searing her heart. She controlled her breathing and didn't stand out from the rest. But before she knew it, she felt the familiar iron taste. Her lower lip was bleeding heavily, and the warm red liquid flowed from her lips all the way to her tooth, the middle path. But amidst all the chaos, somehow, she got a feeling from the place. She felt it. She didn't know why or how. But he was alive. Her eyes slowly turned normal, and she was about to leave. But upon spotting a luxurious space shuttle in the far-off distance, she paused. With his state of mind, Evander didn't notice this. He was waiting. Waiting for the test report. Despite knowing the end result, Evander waited for that desperate hope. Finally, the teams answered. "We can't find any traces of space movements. We did find his items and DNA. There's no chance he escaped. Varian is gone." Even though he already expected those words, when he finally heard them in person, Evander couldn't help but close his eyes in pain. "Jerchish." He groaned in pain but quickly suppressed it. He mustn't show his emotions here. Even though he felt like everything came crashing down, even though he felt terrible, even though he was devastated, he must stay strong. Or at least, he must put up a brave front. If he flew into a fit of rage, who would comfort Sarah, though he knew no amount of comfort could be enough? Thinking of Sarah, Evander's mood worsened further. She fainted when she heard the news. Even while unconscious, she kept crying out. Varian, please come back. Varian, please don't leave me alone. If you go, who will talk to me? Who can I share my smiles with? And do you know? Because you liked Anna's cooking, I even learned a few dishes, though they're not as good. I'm trying, I want to see you happy, so please, please be safe. Looking at her tear-stricken face, Evander blamed himself for everything. If I can't save him, then I'll punish everyone responsible. His gaze cooled and he said in a cold voice. Close the perimeter. I don't care if it's an officer, a businessman, or a high awakener, check every goddamn person. If they refuse, inform me. The best part? He didn't do anything for it. Was this what they call heaven's gift? Narcissus didn't know, but his elation was only rising. He looked at the debris in the hologram and seemed to see Varian in them. I hate you. You are the same age as me, you are in the same class as me, but you are way, way stronger. Narcissus said bitterly. You don't deserve the power. Peak level 5 as first year? He wanted to spit out those words since the day Varian defeated him in the duel. But his fragile self-esteem held those words in. Nothing hurt his self-esteem than admitting he was of less worth compared to Varian. So he held those words back. He denied reality. He deluded himself. But he never admitted. Even if he did that, Varian's ascent was a nightmare to him. Narcissus just couldn't accept that someone his age was better than him. If it was a small gap, he could have competed. But the gap was so big that he couldn't even see the back of that person. He wasn't even qualified to be a rival, much less an opponent. Then came the worst part of his nightmare. Varian became the winner of the solar trial. Something that Narcissus couldn't even dream of with his current prowess. But his peer, a guy of the same age, did it. Narcissus understood something at that moment. His opponent was already competing with his brother. Whereas he was not even qualified to be a mob. The realization suffocated him and he felt like dying. But then came heaven's gift. Ha 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 ha. Narcissus chortled. He was happy. No. He was ecstatic. But before he knew it, Narcissus curled up and shed tears. Why? Why am I so weak? His rational side kept wailing. Yes. He must die. His emotional side kept groaning. But Narcissus quickly ignored his rational side, wiped off the tears he considered to be shameful, and leaned back into the couch. I must celebrate. I'll throw a party, should I call Sarah, kyuk. As he was about to tap his calm, a heavy pressure descended. The chair he was sitting on broke into pieces and Narcissus was instantly blown away. Bah! He crashed on the ground and sprawled out like a dog. Who? Narcissus yelled in rage and shock. How the hell did this person get in? Countless powerhouses were on the scene. With their powerful senses, someone must have noticed the situation already. Narcissus' thoughts spun as he consoled himself that things would be fine. They'll find the anomaly any second now. Just be patient. 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 Ta. 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 Rhythmic footsteps sounded, and with each passing second, their volume increased, indicating the intruder was getting closer and closer to him. But the so-called experts didn't appear. They didn't seem to notice anything at all. A sense of unease welled up in Narcissus' heart. Guards. Guards. His calls garnered no reply. He had level 7 guards. Where the fuck are they now? Brutes. For your dereliction of duty, you will face cruel punishments. Don't even come begging to me then. I gave you a chance to save me already. Heck. You allowed this person to sneak into the spaceship. I think you'll be better off serving as a lab rat. Ta. 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 The footsteps grew louder. In fact, it was his sensitive hearing that made them sound louder. But he was able to judge that the person was only 10 meters away from him. Ta. Ta. With each footstep, Narcissus' heart pounded and threatened to stop. He was scared. This shouldn't be. But the periodic, rhythmic, and almost artistic footsteps, his heart grew tenser and tenser. Fuck. Realizing no guards were coming, Narcissus mentally activated his comm and was about to contact his father. Right then, Kacha. A black shoe stepped on his comm, crushing it and in the process, breaking his left-hand bones into countless pieces. Erga. Narcissus screamed as tears ran down his cheeks. His body struggled to twitch, but under the heavy aura, it couldn't move at all. Gone. One stop and his left hand was gone. Narcissus couldn't feel anything below his forearm. I don't know who you are. But if you're looking for ransom, then Kacha. A black light flashed and Narcissus felt something strike his face. The next moment, he flew into the air, coughing out blood. What is this? As his world spun, Narcissus's mind seemed to slow down for a moment. Then the pain caught up. Searing pain coursed through every fiber of his being and particularly his face. His jaw was broken into pieces and his cheeks were now cracked. His face was a mess of flesh, bones, and blood. His vision was dyed red. Under the extreme pain, Narcissus cried. And he also understood one thing. He was in no position of power. He was a weak and helpless awakener. Without his backing, his own strength was nothing. But he didn't want to die here. No matter the cost. Puish, lay, Maya, go. Narcissus begged, his broken mouth forming incoherent sounds. He initially thought it was a kidnapping attempt. These days, there has been a rise in kidnapping cases. But he realized he was being too naive. This person was really trying to kill him. Was dignity more important than dignity? To Narcissus, the answer was a clear no. So, he swallowed his pride and begged again. Pwesh, Shwari, let me go. Let you go? Heh. A sweet, but cold voice sneered. Ta. 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 Her shoes clinked with the floor and Narcissus was finally able to see the violent maniac. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Only if he wasn't lying at her feet with serious injuries in a puddle of blood, Narcissus would have greeted her with the most expensive flowers he could find. But in this situation, all he could do was dumbly stare as the beauty's golden eyes looked at him with coldness and hatred. Hatred? What did he do? He didn't even have a memory of her. Wahi? Narcissus spoke once again. His throat seemed to burn as blood dripped on the ground and formed a small puddle. But he didn't care. He needed to know why he was treated so unfairly. Why? She repeated and her beautiful lips flashed a cold smile. Narcissus felt an impact in his stomach and the next moment, he felt like his stomach was hit by a hammer. Bomb! He flew in a parabola, hit the wall, and slid down to the ground. Probably, every organ in his stomach was broken by this point. Even if it's not broken, it was a horrendous mess. Narcissus, you are the first enemy Varian made. The girl said lightly. When she muttered the word Narcissus, her tone was full of coldness. But when the same girl said Varian, it was full of gentleness. Varian's name caused Narcissus, who was about to faint, to suddenly focus. His thoughts spun and he realized it. Aha! So she's Varian's ally or lover or backer. Was this his hidden background? But so what? Varian was already dead. Now, why deal with him? There's no use in killing him. Your father promised Enigma to not attack Varian, but he broke it without hesitation, Sia said as she unsheathed a red sword. Narcissus felt the venomous hatred in her voice and shivered. But even more than that, he was puzzled by the promises his father made to Enigma. Was Varian so important that his father had to promise Enigma not to attack him? And more importantly, how could Enigma force Julius to an agreement? He didn't know. With the state of things, he never will. I wanted to kill Charles, but he's Varian's target. Let him sort it out. And you aren't even qualified to be an insect, but you're making fun of Varian. Varian doesn't even see you as a peer, you're like a pebble on the ground to him. But I don't like it when someone wants to harm him. I don't like how you forced Varian and made his early academy life hell. You must be punished. The more she said, the angrier Sia became. She knew what was happening with Varian the whole time. But as per the agreement, she wasn't allowed to be involved in his life. But now those bastards, and Narcissus, for your father breaking the agreement, you should pay. That's your only value anyway. Sia's words cut him deeper than any knife could. I feel sorry that I can't torture you, but I'll be busy. She said and slashed her sword. Ma. Jakish. Narcissus struggled with every fiber of his being. He hoped someone would save him. He hoped the girl would forgive him. He hoped none of this ever happened. But the cold metal finally touched his neck and cut through his flesh. Before he could think further, the world went blank. Sorry. He muttered before his head rolled on the ground. Sia looked at him without any pity. If you go against him, you go against me. She muttered and picked his calm without any hesitation. She recorded the gruesome and incomplete corpse and sent Ito to Julius. Your son's last message. Then she looked back at the assassination site and sighed. With the strange treasure he used to sneak into Enigma's residence last time, Varian must be alive. Sia didn't know why she felt that way, but the feeling was quite strong. The closer they were, the stranger such feelings became. Even if you are alive, attacking you is unacceptable. Xanders, Creo, both of you must pay. Sia's grip on her sword tightened and her gaze burned with tremendous killing intent. In fact, her killing intent equaled Evander, who was on the battlefield for more years than she was awake in her entire life. Shaking her head, Sia thought for a moment and retrieved an explosive. This should do. The meeting outside was still going on when Narek's space shuttle blasted into pieces. Everyone on the scene froze. His superhuman senses caught the countless whispers and it irritated him to no end. He turned around and saw the spectators watching. Something snapped in him. You all? Do you think this is a show? Scram. Julius' thunderous voice embedded with aura reached everyone's ears and rumbled like a thunderclap. Right from the nearest spectator 10 miles away to the one farthest 50 miles away, everyone was affected. Instantly, the level 5s went into a coma and suffered a cerebral damage. The level 6s bled in the ears and fainted. The level 7s were bleeding lightly while the level 8s had a pale face. Only the level 9s looked relatively normally, but if one observed closely, they would find that these level 9s' footbacks were drenched in cold sweat. Thus, everyone, be it a level 5 or a level 9, scrambled away. Evander already imposed a lockdown on the Infinity City's territory and ordered an investigation. But Narcissus died suddenly and Julius Xander appeared in a few minutes. Under his order, new groups quickly arrived. First was 3 squads of Shura Special Forces. It was too much. To put into perspective the rarity of the situation, even Evander had to struggle to let the 6th Shura squad attack Shadow Order's secret realm. It was only after his promise that Bali agreed and his squad finished off Shadow Order's secret realms. Now 3 such squads descended in Infinity City. Even though they were only 12th, 13th and 14th squads, considerably weaker than 6th squad, they were still best of the best. Their arrival took every Awakener by storm. But they didn't know the real menace was yet to come. When it did, every High Awakener who had even a bit of suspicious activity under their belt prayed for their life. The newcomer was Athena Group. Despite being one of the 3 pillars of Federation Intelligence Service, FIS, Athena Group was very low profile. They never made any headlines. They never gave public interviews. They didn't even have a PR team. If not for their website, the general public would have forgotten such a group even existed. But such a group was precisely every high awakener's nightmare. Once they reached level 7, all their activities came under the monitoring of FIS and particularly, the Athena Group. When a high awakener was found to be in cahoots with Abyssal, they were severely tortured and killed. Their families also faced severe punishment. That wasn't all, but if one was ever found out about having done something harmful to the Federation's interest, Athena Group had the power to immediately detain them. If they could produce sufficient evidence, they could even skip all trials and directly handle the culprit as they wished. They even had the power to arrest someone upon suspicion. In a sense, Athena Group was one of the most powerful across the Federation. Athena Group head status was a bit higher than Evander's. Now, the head was in a serious conversation with Sovereign Julius. We promise to dig out everything. All the spies here will be rooted out. Please calm down, Sovereign Julius. You'll have a report in 2 hours. I hope your report will calm me down. Julius closed his calm and looked into the vast space. Enigma, is this your gift? His gaze extended far as he looked beyond Earth and locked on the faint red planet. Mercury. This month, like all previous months, Enigma's traces were discovered in the ruins of Mercury. Julius recalled the day where he agreed to Enigma's condition. It was almost a year. He thought he'd follow the agreement for a few years, but things changed. His origin was now closer to the Sage Avenue than ever. And Julius made a shocking discovery: his rate of progress increased after that incident a few years ago. Back then, even though he was hailed as the youngest sovereign, his strength was at the bottom. But now, he was unabashedly first. Of course, Sovereign Albert was closer to him in strength and was perhaps only a little weaker than him. So what? I'll cross him in a year. At this rate, I'll only take 10 years to reach the celestial rank. Julius exhaled. If not for Varian, he'd have undoubtedly said he'd be the first celestial ranker of humanity. But Varian's speed of progress shocked him. Peak level 5 in 2 months. If he really extrapolated that speed, Varian would reach celestial rank in at most 5 years. It was ridiculous, and almost seemed like a prank. But Julius wasn't a man who liked variables. So, despite the consequences, he eliminated Varian. He also planned to get rid of Enigma once he took the next step. Thus, for him to reach celestial rank and destroy Abyssals, it was absolutely necessary for Varian to die. He didn't know Varian's secrets. He ordered the dogs to stop spying on Varian after reaching the agreement with Enigma. Perhaps it was a mistake. The mistake that costed his son's life. Narcissus, you'll forgive me, right? I know. I know you will. You must be proud of me. Don't worry, I'll kill Enigma. Then also the person she's protecting, Sia. And Sia's friend Sarah, her entire family and every person related to Sia, even if their memories of her are erased. They'll all die. Julius loved his son, or he thought he did. But more than his son, he loved the celestial rank. Eve Xander, listen to what the Athena guys have to say. I need to spend some time alone. Julius said in his calm. The silver-white ring on his body flashed and the space around him distorted. The next moment, Julius was already tens of thousands of miles away. He was going back to practice. His grief and anger were already fading quickly. All that was left was a sense of urgency. He wanted to be stronger. As for the investigation, he already knew there was close to zero chance of finding anything useful. But he did it anyway. Just as he predicted, 2 hours of investigation dealt no results. But they found out the traitor who let the assassins sneak in was the vice mayor of the city. However, he had already committed suicide at that point and burned himself, locking away any chances of a psychic peeking into his memory. The vice mayor was only a puppet. And Varian's case came to an abrupt halt. Of course, The vice mayor was one of the underlings of Sovereign Creo. He fulfilled his mission. Then there was Narcissus' case. The first group that attacked Varian weren't the same as the second one that killed Narcissus. Narcissus guards were all killed minutes before the blast. The killer was also identified. It was a woman with ordinary features in the crowd of High Awakeners. Her identity wasn't in the federal database. It was obviously a face mask. But even Athena Group's cutting-edge technology couldn't crack it. Disguise. Single member. Murder. Perfect escape. A typical Shadow Guardian tactic. What was also typical was that Shadow Guardians assassinated only in retaliation 99% of the time. Thus, a conspiracy theory popped up. Varian was killed by Xanders. Narcissus was killed by Shadow Guardians in retaliation. Of course, the Xanders used their influence to keep this rumor away from any social media. And many geniuses dismissed the rumor. Julius Xander ordering the death of a genius? Impossible. Some thought deeply and thought it was plausible. But still, the chances were too low. But it was quickly thrown at the back of their minds, as idle chatter during dinner. Except for one. Evander. Evander looked at the reports with trembling hands. It was a footage of a man spying on a 17-year-old boy. Almost a year ago, one of Xander's watchdogs investigated Varian. They kept him under watch for 2 months, but suddenly one day, they stopped. Crack. Evander's chest heaved up and down as he slapped his desk. The heavy wood desk turned to dust and a small hurricane was formed under his slap. Evander took a deep breath and calmed himself. So Julius knew, he knew that Varian's true awakening time. And that's why. He wanted to fight Julius, but he knew he would lose. He wanted to attack Xanders, but he had Sarah behind him. The same dreaded feeling enveloped him. After the Pluto War, Evander worked hard to never experience this feeling. But here he was, covering his face in helplessness. "I'm sorry," he whispered as tears wetted his cheeks. "I'm sorry, disciple."